Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With hundreds of thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster. You can play games at any pace against friends, other members, or one of our many computer personalities. Chess.com makes improving fun and easy. Sharpen your game with tactics puzzles and enhance your strategy with our videos and lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with Chess.com's easy-to-use analysis tool. Regardless of your skill level, Chess.com has all you need to take your game to the next level. Chess.com is your go-to source for chess news, live coverage of tournaments, events, and everything in between. Experience Chess.com anytime and anywhere, whether you're at home on your computer or on the go with our mobile apps. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for? Join Chess.com today.
Welcome back, everyone, at FIDE Grand Prix 2022, Leg 2, and this is round 5. I am so happy to be joined back by Grandmaster Benjamin Buck. Welcome back, Benjamin.
Yeah, Katie, thanks for having me once again, and it's going to be a pretty exciting day here at the FIDE Grand Prix in Belgrade. Katie, what can you maybe tell us a little bit about the format of the tournament?
Yeah, let's go. So we do have 3 tournaments overall this year at Grand Prix Circle. Out of 3 tournaments, players are playing only 2 events, and each event is filled by 16 players, which is divided, and they are divided into 4 groups, and they are playing double round robin tournaments. In the end of the round robin event, we do have a knockout stage, and we're gonna have few players in the end of the round 6. But let's take a very quick look at the round 4 recap, and once again remember what happened in this round.
Yeah, so Dmitry Andreikin was seen here on the left. He stays in the top of Group A. He drew yesterday with or actually the day before yesterday, right, with white pieces against Alexander Grishuk. Then we also had Bakro's Beauty. He was in a very difficult position against Sam Shankland. He was probably lost, but he managed to save that game. And quite a miss for Sam, because had Sam won that game, he grabs a lead in the group, but the game ended in a draw. And what can you tell us about MVL's game?
The game which happened between MVL and Predke was so crazy. We have seen that game also, recorded recap. If you missed that, just visit YouTube channel of chess.com and take a look at that recap. Yeah, there was a Sicilian defense, and MVL played pretty nicely and beautifully, and he won truly an amazing game. The game of Andreikin and Grishuk, that draw which kept Andreikin on the lead together with Sam, actually was so funny, because the game was sort of fair, we can say, as it has been already played like 3 times, and the game ended in 32 moves. Can you imagine? They played all these moves and according to the theory, and now we can say that in Group A, Andreikin and Sam are sharing the leaders' positions. Bakro is very, very close to them. Grishuk is having, unfortunately, a really tough time. What happens in Group B, Benjamin?
Yeah, so in Group B, it's still looking very, very good for Anish Giri. He is on 3 points out of 4 games. So he's won his 2 white games. He's drawn his 2 black games. He has a 1-point lead. And I'm sure that he will be looking to extend his lead even further today. In Group C, Rapport and Vidit are tied for lead with both 2.5 points. Fedoseev is right behind them with 2 points. And in Group D, MVL, as you said, managed to score the first win of the group. Only draws besides that so far. And Shankland and Yu Yangyi are right behind him.
That's right. Let's take a very quickly the matchups for today in the Group A. We have very interesting situations. Sam and Andreikin right now are facing each other, and it will be a very decisive game. On the other hand, if the game the game is tied between these 2 players, then Bakro will have a really good chance to catch up with them. Even we know that Baku is not really fighting for any spot at the candidates tournament, according to his interview. But still, this can happen. In Group B, we do have Harikrishna facing Anish Giri. Anish seems to be at his best shape. And Vidit, on the other hand, plays against 20-year-old Tabatabai, who showed really, really good technique last 2 rounds. And Benjamin, what happens in Group C?
Yeah, so in Group C, we have Alexei Shirov and Fedoseev facing off, and also the critical matchup between Vidit Gujarati and Richard Rapport. So both of them are tied for the lead. We know that Richard won his game with white piece against Vidit, so I'm sure that Vidit is looking to take revenge and get back of the leading position in the group. I mean, I think the winner of that game will probably win the group. I'm sure also that Fedoseev will try to take risks with the black pieces against Alexei Shirov, trying to catch up with them. And in Group D, we have Alexander Predke and Shahryar Mamedyarov. Both of them are half a point behind MVL, so I'm sure both of them will try to win that game. And MVL himself, he's playing with the white pieces against Yu Yangyi, so I'm sure that he will be looking to extend his lead.
Yeah, very interesting situation in Group D. We do know that Yu Yangyi is a very solid player. So far, he made all the draws, and I'm sure Mamedyarov and Predke are hoping that he will just hold for a bit MVL in this round. But Benjamin, this is round 5, and this is just 1 round before the last round. So tomorrow can be really difficult for many of our participants, as it will be truly the last round. But after today's games, we can already start to think who has most of the chances to get out from the knockout system.
Yeah, no, today is already a very critical day in the group. I mean, players will have to take risks, even more so tomorrow, because as we know, only first place counts at the group stage in the FIDE Grand Prix. And if this all sounds a bit confusing, you can visit the guide for more info. Go to go.chess.com/FIDE-GP2022. And also, guys, don't forget to vote on the result of today's games. Go to chess.com/events. Navigate to the tournament, select the game, click vote, and guess the results. Voting ends after the 10th move of each game, so don't miss out. So yeah, Caddy, I do expect a pretty exciting day here today at the FIDE Grand Prix in Belgrade.
Oh, me too. Last round was really, really funny, as we had 7 draws and just 1 decisive result. And my co-host David Bruce actually predicted and voted by himself for all those draws, and it drove me so crazy at the beginning of the round. But then what we saw in reality was also 7 draws and only 1 decisive result. So there was a bit of a funny situation here at the commentary. Let's see what will be today's matchups. Now we're taking a very short break right before the start of the moves. We will be back, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back. This is FIDE Grand Prix 2022 round 5, and we're about to see the first moves of the round. Let's bring the boards, all the boards together and start to predict. Actually, we can see the moves. I was wondering, we're gonna see E4 or D4 most of the moves, Benjamin, and look at this, we have mostly E4s today.
Yeah, we have most games starting out with 24, so I think we can expect games that are a little bit sharper. And we're having a look at all the boards right here. Caddy, is there perhaps a game that catches your attention right away?
Mm-hmm. It is the game between Sam Shankland and Andreikin is so important for this round. I think that will be something that I would be so curious what can happen, as well as game of Vidit and Rapport. Those two players are leaders in their group, and they had quite a tense game in the first round beforehand, where Vidit was with black pieces and Rapport with white pieces. So now they switched the colors, and I am so curious what Vidit has with white pieces. For now, Benjamin, I see that Sam Shankland and Dimitri Andreikin, we have very early a6. We don't play that move usually at the opening. So could you please explain us why Andreikin went for move 3 a6?
Right, so let's try to pull up the game between Sam Shankland and Dmitry Andreikin. And we see that a6 has been played on move 3. It looks a little bit weird, right? Like, why doesn't black develop a piece? But black's idea is that very often black wants to take on c4 and then defend that pawn with the move b5, which is why a6 was played. Right, so in that sense, the pawn on c4 is practically attacked now. So what is white gonna do? Does white just let black take there? Because black is ready to take the pawn and defend it with the move b5. But on the other hand, what can white do? White can trade on d5, and if black recaptures, then play something like knight f3 or bishop f4. However, that's sort of what black wants, because then he can move out his bishop on c8 sooner or later. I always thought that taking on d5 is a critical continuation here, but generally that is what black is provoking right now. Because if you don't do that, then, like I said, black is going to take that pawn on c4.
That's right. Is there a possibility white switches the opening to the Catalan by g3? I do know that in these kind of positions, usually white don't really develop the knight on c3 first, because it's always under b5 and b4 very often when pawn is taken on c4. But is that still possible here after it takes c4, bishop g2 move?
Yeah, g3 was possible as well, but actually c takes d5 has just been played by Sam Shankland, so I expect Dmitry Andreikin to, and he has recaptured on d5. And now here the critical moves are, I believe, knight f3 and bishop f4. So I'm curious to see which one Sam will choose. I think with this move a6, Dmitry wants to take the game into something that is a little less theoretical. Sam, he is known to be very well prepared, and he can be quite dangerous in this position. Okay, even if white is well prepared, what is the worst that can happen for Andreikin? Like, in the worst case, he might get a slightly worse position, but nothing bad can really happen. And we see Sam going knight f3, black goes knight f6. I think here bishop g5 is the main move for Sam.
Yeah, and we do have this sort of very common crossbit structure that can happen in the Queen's Gambit, not accepted Queen's Gambit, and the move a6 can be quite useful. So Benjamin, I remember that there was Russian players who started to play a6, later h6 moves too, like all of them, and that happened at the same time as World Cup, like before World Cup, and even before Olympiad. I think they had some sort of camp and they worked out with this move a6. And back then, I remember I was quite surprised to see move a3 here, just like at the very beginning. This is going to be a very interesting game indeed. Now bishop is already on e6. Shall we bring our bird eye view and check out something else if we do already have interesting scenarios.
Yeah, no, for sure. Maybe we can have a look at the game between. So let's see which game is really important for the standings. Maybe we can have a look at the game between MVL and Yu Yangyi, because they're following a game. They're following an opening that we've seen already before in this tournament. So let's go through it. So this game started off as a Petrov, so e4, e5, knight f3, knight f6, d4. We've seen this line before in this tournament: knight takes c4, bishop d3, and knight c6. Now, knight c6. So those of you who've been here in early rounds know that knight c6 does not blunder a piece. If white takes an e4, black goes d5 and wins. Hits the bishop. If the bishop drops back to d3, black goes e4 and forks the bishop and the knight. So I think what we've seen here is, I think the main move has been knight takes e5. Black takes a knight on e5, and here Shirov against Rapport. Shirov took an e4. Rapport played the move d5, and it seemed like he equalized quite comfortably. And Predke against Yu Yangyi, after knight takes e5, took the knight on e5, and he did have a slight advantage. So I'm very curious to see where Yu Yangyi will improve. First of all, whether MVL will go into that same line. So yeah, we have a very interesting opening battle here.
Yeah, let's see. We have seen these two games after white takes the knight and black takes knight back. Here we have seen these two. Let's see what will be today's continuation. Benjamin, before we move to another game, I've seen some videos and some photos from Belgrade. Yesterday there was they played a football match. Players from players' side, it was Shankland and MVL who played a football together with the organizers against local football players. They used to be professional football players, as I remember, and yesterday's match ended with 4-4. They tied the score. I think that's a huge success for chess players to tie the match against professional football players.
Oh, that's very nice. I mean, maybe what they did is they mixed the teams with like professional football players and the chess players. Because I've at the tournament in Baikensee, Tsatsalashvili chess, on the rest days they would often host football matches as well, and then we would have that format, right? So a team mixed of chess players and football players, and yeah, it was always a lot of fun playing in those as well. Especially I also participated in those, because I think I scored a couple goals, and it was kind of nice to score against a goalie that is at least, a semi-professional. But yeah, it's always nice to see the players enjoying their rest day. Some really enjoy these activities like soccer or football, wherever you're from. But there's also, of course, many others who don't want to do that, who feel like maybe it takes away a bit of energy. So I'm sure MVL and Shankland enjoyed that football match.
Yeah, I'm sure with that too. And it was very interesting to see that Sam is also a leader in his group, and Maxim is also one of the leaders in the group. It's not something that they don't fight for any prizes here, but anyway, they went to play to spend their energy in that way. And it's so interesting how different can be every player's approach on the rest day. And while we were talking, we do have several more moves here, and let's take a very quick look what happened. Knight c6.
Yes. So knight c6. Yeah, we were discussing bishop takes c4 and knight takes c5, but MVL went for a different option. Instead, he castled. So he's keeping all attention in the center. Now black played d5 because the knight is under attack, especially if white castles. He's better equipped to deal with all the tension there. And now after pawn d5, white took the pawn on e5. So I guess it's an interesting position. White is a bit more space. However, the pawn on e5 can also be weakness. So maybe Yu Yangyi can go for someone like bishop g4, putting pressure on the knight on f3, which is the main defender of that pawn on e5. And I mean, I'm sure all of this is still theory, so I'm curious to see what MVL will do. Maybe something like bishop f4 to make sure that that pawn on e5 is defended.
Can be. And then to bring the knight. Is there a chance that, for instance, after bishop g4, white trades the queens and then tries to get another pawn, like with knight f2, d2?
Yeah, that is possible, but I would think that black should get plenty of activity, maybe move like knight at d4. And how are you going to defend the pawn on c2, right? And if black takes that pawn on c2, then you also lose your rook in the corner. So I guess that's not really the way to go. Black's pieces look really active in this endgame. So I guess if black goes bishop g4, maybe white has to, I don't know, maybe something like knight bd2 to try to get rid of this knight on e4.
Right. Yeah, possible. And if black takes, then to develop bishop and knight takes e5 for now. This knight is pinned and white can't take the knight back, but this will be very, very challenging move for black, as the rook can come on e1 or even queen can go on e1 and starts to win some material here. So I think, yeah, queen e1 here straight away wins a piece.
Yeah, queen e1 is a very nice move there for white. And yeah, the knight's on e5 is under attack. So it doesn't seem like a good idea to take that pawn there right away, because black is still so exposed in the center. So let's see. Yeah, Yu Yangyi is thinking in the current position. I don't know if this is a theory or not. I mean, I guess it is because it's still so early on. It's only move 6, right? And these days everything has been analyzed.
Yes. Our chat says that here bishop g4 and bishop e7 is mostly played moves, so it seems like there are even more moves here played, and seems like still the theory.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I guess we'll just have to wait for more moves, but it's definitely nice for MVL that at the very least Yu Yangyi is thinking here, right? He's not blitzing out his prep. He's not showing that he knows everything till the very end. He still has to prove how to equalize in the current position. But with that being said, is there perhaps another game that you want to have a look at?
Sure, let's bring our bird eye view. And talking about this, spending some time not showing that you are well prepared. There was one question to MVL at the interview, if he ever impressed the opponent by thinking in 10 minutes and showing that he's not prepared in that opening. And Will answered that he would never lose 10 minutes just to impress the opponent. Yeah, this actually showed how much he appreciates each second and the minute on the clock he has. The next game, I don't know, which one would you pick now to take a look? They still look like a favorite.
Maybe we can have a look at the game between Anish Giri and Pantala Harikrishna, because I think if Anish wins that game, he practically wins the group already. So let's have a look. So this started off as a Ragozin. So white played pawn to d4, black played knight f6, c4, e6. Anish played knight f3, so avoiding the Nimzo. Black played d5, knight c3, and black played bishop e4. So this is known as the Ragozin variation of the queen's gambit declined. There's many things white can do, but Anish played queen a4 check. And black only has one move here, which is to go knight c6, blocking the check and defending that bishop on b4. Anish played e3, castles, and queen to c2. And after rook to e8, he played bishop d2. Harikrishna played bishop f8. And after a3, he played the move a6, which is slightly surprising to my eyes, because I always thought the two main moves here after the move a3 are the moves e5 and b6. Okay, so I had something very similar in the World Cup over the summer, again with the black pieces against Sam Savian. Instead of the move Bishop F8, I played the move B6. And it was actually quite a tough game because that was played in the second round of the World Cup. I had won the first game, so a draw would have been enough to move on. But I lost, and I lost a tiebreak. So,
oh no!
Yeah.
Oh no! And when you wanted to make a draw, how did you choose your opening? And are you like, if you can travel back in the time, would you choose different opening rather the Ragozin?
Yeah, thinking about it right now, I mean, maybe I would because I had played the Ragozin before, and it was something he could expect. And I had not checked this line super deeply for that game, so perhaps I would have checked something, prepared something else that he could have prepared in less depth. Because in the World Cup, there's always a lot of time to prepare before the tournament. So generally, it's nice to come up with a surprise. So at least you don't run into your opponent's preparation that he has been doing for a couple of weeks, you know.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I know. For I also played Ragozin, and I remember that my coach was always telling me to play Ragozin when I needed to win, because it's very complicated. It's very sharp. I might lose, but at least I have very good chance to fight for a win. And yeah, that was the first question came to my head, like if you could choose something different when you need just a draw, right?
Indeed, yeah. So I kind of like Anish's position. The difficult thing for black is always that this knight on c6 is a little bit misplaced because black wants to go c5 and put pressure on white center. And here that's difficult to do. So I wonder, like, let's say Anish plays a move like bishop d3, right? What is Harikrishna gonna do? I mean, you can take on c4, then white's gonna take. And here the move b5 doesn't really do too much because once again, your knight on c6 is blocking this move c5. So I guess white just goes back with bishop d3, and white's position looks pretty pleasant. And after the trade on c4, if black goes for something like e5, I guess that's also going to backfire, as there's someone like knight g5, and suddenly that pawn on f7 becomes quite awkward to defend. So I wonder what the move a6 is about from Harikrishna.
Yeah, a6. I think he's getting ready for he takes the pawn and then he takes the pawn. So there will be not a unnecessary knight b5 or bishop b5 jumps. But in most of the situations when I played that, I had my bishop on d6, so I was getting rid of knight b5 move. That's interesting. That's interesting. What's Harikrishna's preparation? We can very soon see that. We will see that. And yeah, seems like he wants to push maybe e5 next.
Yeah, maybe e5 at some point, but that's also why I thought the move bishop d3 looked nice for white. Because if black goes e5 now, I guess now we can play something like pawn takes d5, and if you recapture on d5 with your knight, then all of a sudden you leave the pawn on h7 hanging. So you also don't really want to do that.
True. So maybe it's first to take on c4 and now to push e5.
Right, but now there's the move knight at g5, and how do you defend the pawn on f7, right? And actually there's a funny point. If black plays rook e7 here, I guess knight at d5 is crushing, because
I love this.
Yeah.
You don't only attack the rook, but also knight f6 and then queen h7 is a checkmate, right?
Indeed, yeah. So there's some tactics that Harikrishna will have to adjust. Maybe what he can do is take on c4 and then play a move like h6 to prepare the move e5, and he doesn't have to deal with knight g5.
Yeah. And yeah, just to prepare this, because white still has to make a castle, right? The king is still in the center.
Yeah, white still has to castle, but I think white should have quite a pleasant advantage if he manages to consolidate the position. Like, let's say he castles, then goes, for example, rook 81, maybe e4 at some point. The white position looks pretty nice. and once again, it's not easy to come with a plan for black.
Yeah, I can say, Benjamin, that at this point after a6, white has a lot of moves. Starting with bishop developing bishop d3 or bishop e2. There is also a move such as rook c1, just some waiting move, and h3, another waiting move. And the last suggested move, which has been played, is long castle, which is totally crazy. And I think if white long castles, then Harikrishna would be very, very happy to have the pawn on a6 already.
Yeah, no, for sure, because with the pawn on a6, it's like, let's say white goes long castles, he can already start considering to take on c4, and if white recaptures, maybe something along the lines of b5, hitting the bishop on c4, and if the bishop drops back, b4, and black creates counterplay right away on the queen side. So I think long castles is a little bit too risky for Anish. I like the move that you suggested, rook to c1 or maybe rook d1, because now we sort of pass black the move, right? And ask him like, okay, if black takes on c4 now we take with the bishop and we've won a move, right? Because the bishop moves from f1. So all those moves make a lot of sense. But on the other hand, let's say we play a move like rook d1, maybe black says like, okay, I'm gonna go h6 and wait for you to make a move, and eventually we will have to move out the bishop from f1.
Yeah, true. I can see rook d1 seems to be the here main move, and I can see here white's ideas are to play bishop c1, to stop e5, to stop like to think about e5 after taking on c4 and e5, or straightforward e5, as the queen on d8 is just simply wrongly placed. Queen cannot go anywhere. It's quite limited anywhere nice place, and then white can push the pawns on the queen side b4 to get more space advantage, and this bishop from c1 goes all the way to b2, and then finds a really nice diagonal on in here and supports knight to jump on e5.
Yeah, and those are all some very nice maneuvers. I'm sure that Anish is considering all of that. Once again, I think he should be a little bit better due to the fact that this knight on c6 is a little bit off. It's like, from my experience, these positions are not easy to play for black, because it's difficult to come up with a pawn break in the center that works. So we'll see what Anish is gonna come up with to try to put the pressure on Harikrishna. But with that being said, is there another game that you want to have a look at?
Yeah, let's take a very, very quick look at all the boards right now. And we can maybe very quickly just talk about all the games right now, what is happening, as we cannot really cover all of them at the same time. So let's start with, we have seen the first game, which is on the left side on the top. What about Bakur and Krishik's game? What's happening there, Benjamin?
Yeah, so in this game, we still have all the pieces on the board. It's really a 3-result game, I would say, due to the fact that, like I said, all the pieces are on the board. I think white is generally a tiny bit better. White will try to push for d4 in the center. Eventually, black can go for moves like knight a5 and then c5, gaining space on the queen side, or maybe g6, bishop g7, rerouting that bishop. So I think this game will be very interesting for sure. Once again, all the pieces are on the board, and we're gonna see an interesting strategic fight there for sure. So I guess Bakruk cannot be too unhappy about the outcome of the opening. He still has a chance to fight and maybe try to win this game, because if he wins this game, he still has good chances of winning the group.
Yeah, and also a very interesting situation happens in the game of Vidit and Rapport. That's the game down there on the left side, second game, and we can see that Rapport has played queen a6, and this queen stops white king being castled on the short side. Maybe we can very quickly take a look at that game and check out what is the opening.
Indeed, yeah. So this is the critical matchup in Group C. Whoever wins this game has very good chances of winning the group and moving on to the semifinals. So Vidit opened up with 1e4. He's always traditionally been more of a d4 player, but he's really showing here why he is a top player, given the fact that he can play both openings. So Rapport plays the French, d4, d5, e5, the advanced variation by Vidit, c5, c3, queen to b6, knight f3, bishop d7. So with the move bishop d7, Black wants to go bishop b5 and trade off those light squared bishops. Especially, he wants to do that because his pawns are fixed on the light square. So generally, that light squared bishop is Black's one problem in the French. Anyway, Vidit goes bishop e2. Rapport trades on d4 and goes bishop b5. Vidit takes, and after queen takes b5, he goes knight to c3, hitting the queen on b5. And Rapport goes for the move queen a6. So he's controlling this diagonal. And as you mentioned, white cannot castle. Those are just the rules of chess because the queen is covering that f1 square. So maybe what Vidit can do here is go for something like knight e2 to block the diagonal and castle on the next move. And I think I kind of like his position given the fact that he has more space, but Black should be pretty solid here.
Black seems pretty solid, but we have seen some of the games when white started very strong king side attack, bringing all these pieces on the king side. So here's two options at this point for Vidit. Either he goes for a trade here, also possible, knight a4. This knight is in the edge of the board, but white can very quickly develop the pieces, get the rook on c1, and try to get the knight at very, very pleasant square on c5, and Black has quite difficulties to get rid of that. Another choice is what you just mentioned, play knight a2, castle next move, and start to attack on the king side as Black has to castle. And I can say that I have lost several games in this opening with Black. I don't even understand why I lost the game. So it's quite position. And at some point you just realize that your king is under serious threats and you cannot guard it anymore.
Yeah, it's not an easy position for Black for sure. White has more space, both in the center and on the king side. So white's king side initiative is generally very difficult to stop. Black can, in the meantime, maybe create some counterplay on the queen side with most like knight to c6. Let's say white castles and most like rook to c8. However, it's not that easy to really get the queen side initiative going. And as you mentioned, white is going to make moves like, let's say, knight f4 and knight h5. And generally, it's a little bit annoying for Black to deal with. So I feel like Vidit should play the move knight e2 because generally Black is doing pretty fine in the endgame. And then I'm curious to see what Rapport will do. He can throw in something like bishop e4 check. And white would have two options there. He can go bishop d2 and just trade off the bishops. But another interesting option would perhaps be to move king f1 and then go g3, king g2.
I like that. Or even g4 can be possible to avoid 97 knights a5 jump that Black would obviously do here in this pawn structure. So you are ready to avoid the knight jump, and you can play next move king g2. King is very good here, very safe in here, and you keep the piece on the board. Many of the viewers might ask, like, why you want to save the bishop? Very often you say that this pawns are blocked at the same color as the bishop, so why don't you get rid of this? And the answer to this can be, Benjamin, that very often Black plays h6 to avoid knight g5 moves, or after knight g5, and then at some point this pawn on h6 becomes the target of the bishop. And we have seen some crazy games when white sacrifices the bishop for a pawn to expose the king, and then we have seen some of the rook leaves on the third rank and the checkmate strikes, right?
Indeed, yeah, the bishop on c1 is still pretty active, so I wouldn't be rushed to trade it off for Black's bishop because it also gives us a lot of attacking potential. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like Vidit's position could be quite pleasant if he manages to launch an attack on the king side. And yeah, once again for Black, it's not that easy to do anything on the queen side. In the meantime, also white is not that rushed to trade because he has more space, right? And as we know, if you have more space, you don't want to trade off pieces because Black's pieces can stand in each other's way, right? If he scrums for space. So I think he should keep the bishops on the board here.
Yeah, for instance, in this structure in French and also Carcan defense, very, very similar happens. These two pieces, bishop and the knight, have the struggle to find the proper square as they both aim to go on e7. As you can see, this square is taken. Knight h6 is not the best square for the knight as bishop hits. So knight e7 is the only move. And also for the bishop, these squares are taken. Knight bishop b4 actually makes no sense. It can be always kicked and not really hoping to get the knight. So both bishop and the knight are fighting for e7 square. And this is another thing that you don't want to trade the any of black's pieces as they are fighting for the same square.
Indeed. So what I'm actually a little bit surprised about from Rapport, if we go back one move after the move knight to c3, is that he did not play the move bishop b4. I would think that looks quite logical because you pin the knight on c3, you develop with tempo. And I mean, you can also give up the bishop later for the knight on c3, and then develop with knight e7, knight c6. There your development looks quite harmonious, right?
Okay.
And also white does not have this option of going knight e2 and blocking this diagonal. So I think that would have been better. I think now after the move knight e2 that we mentioned, Vidit should have an advantage. But with that being said, is there perhaps another game that you want to have a look at?
Yeah, let's very quickly take a look at our bird eye view and check out other games too. Yeah, the game of Maxim Vachilik-Graf and Yu Yangyi seems to be very, very interesting, as white accepted this double pawns in the center. That's the game. Below there on the right side, there's going to be something that today we will be very much focused. Meanwhile, we can see that Vidit on the left side down there played a4 instead of knight e2. This is also quite interesting, Benjamin. He wants to play knight b5 with a so tricky idea, knight c7, fork to win a queen. And just imagine if knight gets on b5. I feel sad for the queen h6. It's just stuck there in the center. And another game which gets my attention is this game next to it, Shirov against Fedoseev. Looks like Fedoseev's bishop on d3 now makes a threat to the rook. And I believe he wants to push e4 next move. Shall we take a very quick look before we go to our first break?
Yeah, let's have a very quick look at that game. I kind of like Fedoseev's position already. This started off as a Sveshnikov defense. So white opened up with the move 1e4. Fedoseev responded with c5 to Sicilian, and after knight f3, knight c6. White played d4, takes, knight f6, knight c3, and e5. So as we said, this is known as the Sveshnikov defense. The move e5 looks nice for black. I mean, it hits the knight on d4. Black's developing with a tempo. However, he's weakening the squares on d6 and d5. So white played knight db5, d6, and bishop. Knight at d5. Black traded. White took. And here, traditionally, the main move had always been knight at b8. But in the 2018 World Chess Championship match between Fabiano Caruana and Magnus Carlsen, this move knight e7 became sort of the new main move. White played c4, and here knight f5 by Fedoseev. I always thought knight g6 was the main move ever since that match, but knight f5 was played. Bishop d3, g6, castles, a6, hitting the knight, knight c3, bishop g7, bishop takes f5, bishop takes f5, bishop e3, castles, queen b3, and bishop e3 by Fedoseev. So the rook on f1 is under attack. I guess, as you mentioned, if white goes rook fd1 to hit the bishop, black will just go e4, strengthening that bishop on d4, and he's very quickly going to follow with moves like queen c7, rook c8 to take that pawn on c4, which does not look easy to defend. So I already really like Fedoseev's position here with the black pieces after only 15 moves. But as you mentioned, it is time for our very first break of the day. All these games are looking very interesting. But yeah, we will be right back with more action from the FIDE Grand Prix in Belgrade. We'll see you guys after the break. Would you like to be as awesome and cool as our awesome producer Wouter Big? Then here's a golden opportunity for you. Would you like to work as an esports producer for the #1 chess site in the world? Chess.com is looking for a top-notch producer to join our talented and passionate team. Work remotely, producing live streams of the biggest chess events and help shape the landscape of online chess entertainment. Go to chess.com/jobs now to learn more about this opportunity. So yeah, I would definitely recommend checking it out, you guys. It's a nice opportunity for anyone who knows how to produce live streams. So check it out. But
Yeah, absolutely. I
Oh,
agree.
go
I
ahead,
agree with that. So it's a really good opportunity for many of you who are just watching right now. You can be part of the very awesome team and be just in the middle of the chess actions. And while we were on a break, our producer just showed us his own game and some funny variation in the Sveshnikov line, which was actually at this point, Benjamin, after 97 and c4, he showed to us his own game where the opponent plays a6 to kick the knight. He played queen a4 to pin this pawn and also just attack the king in here. And if black wants to get rid of the pin that this knight and the queen creates and plays bishop d7, horrible move, then knight d6 is a checkmate. And I haven't in fact in his game, and it's funny to watch this kind of variations.
Indeed. So after the move c4, black has to be extremely careful. And after a6 queen a4, black is already practically lost because there's no good defense to knight c6 or knight c7. So yeah, that's why Fedoseev played the move knight to f5. Because if white goes queen a4 now, then black can play the move bishop d7 and the pawn on d6 is defended, and black is in pretty good shape. So I'm sure both of the players were aware of this trap.
Yeah. Actually, I was thinking like why knight f5 or knight g6. There was an option to play g6 and to fianchetto this bishop would make sense for me, and then to push f5. And I was thinking all of this. And then I just understand showing seeing this variation that the pawn here is a big thing, and it's just hanging the knight g6 and also knight f5 makes a big sense. Benjamin, while we were on the break, I saw that so many things happened in many of our games. Let's bring once again Bird Eye View and check out what will be our next game to see.
Yeah, let's have a look at everything that has happened. So maybe we can have a quick look at the game between Alexander Predke and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. That game is pretty important in Group D. Both players are... No, wait, Predke, he's on 1.5 points, right? I think he lost to
he lost yesterday
MVL.
against the previous match, and I think Shak is just now in the position of the crocodile waiting into the water, trying to win today's match against Predke and look the one eye to the game of Vashi and Yu Yangyi, and hoping if it's a draw, then he can emerge as one of the leaders after that result. So I think that's the best scenario for Shakhriyar today. Which game we have not seen yet, Benjamin?
Let's see. So what is a game that we haven't really had a look at yet? Also, we could have a quick look at the game between Tabatabai and Nikita Vijigov to let everyone know what is happening there. So it started off as an Italian game. So white played e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, bishop c5. So we know that Anish Giri won a very nice game against Nikita Vijigov with the white pieces. So let's see how Vijigov tried to improve in this game. So castles was played by white, knight f6, d3, d6, c3, h6 by black, rook e1 castles. All of this is pretty standard. h3, a5. I believe in this position, Anish played the move knight bd2, if I'm not mistaken. But Tabatabai plays the move a4. Now came bishop e6 by Vichikov. They traded, and I always thought that black should be fine here, especially if black has a pawn on a5, because white does not have, a space advantage on the queen side. White played bishop to e3. Black traded on e3, white recaptured with the rook. Queen at d7, knight bd2, b6, knight f1, rook f7, knight 1 h2, rook af8, g3, and d5. And I mean, white, black has a bit more space in the center. However, he does have these double pawns. Black also has the f file. I feel like black should be doing pretty fine here, because it's not easy to do much here with the white pieces. I would maybe even, I think very often an idea here for black is to play something like queen to d6, maybe knight d7 and knight c5, maybe d4 in some positions. And
yeah, I have a question. What this knight does here on h2? Like, why the knight got on h2?
That's a good question. I think he put the knight on h2 because black has these two rooks on the f file, right? So he just wants to make sure that nothing bad ever happens there. And the knight on f3 is always well protected.
Right. Yeah, this it's a bit weird for me to see the knight being on h2, not to be on d2 to guard the knight, and also the pawn on e4 and the queen side as well. But I hope he has some ideas. In some of the lines, when you play h3, g3, and knight in here, you want to jump knight g4 and open up the g file for your rook, king g2, and get the h file, semi h file, then to push the g4. But honestly, here white should be really careful to open up so much of the f file, as these two rooks are already aiming the weak f2 square and the knight on f3.
Indeed, yeah, that would be quite risky for white. So I think Vichikov can be quite satisfied about the outcome of the opening. I mean, there's still a lot of pieces on the board. And given the fact that he's 1 point behind Anish Giri, this is practically a must-win game, I would say. Although actually, it really depends on Anish's game. I mean, tomorrow is going to be a must-win game regardless for Vichikov. So we'll see what's going to happen there.
Yeah, also Vichikov might be feeling a little bit unlucky because he's in the group of in the best shape of Anish Giri, so that can be a little bit unhappy. He can be a little bit unhappy with that fact. But anyways, he seems to he's still fighting, and yeah, this is just the first leg. He has to play together with the Anish the last leg of the Grand Prix. But what do you think, Benjamin? Like, I kind of have a feeling that this 3 legs is not really enough to like, the players are not giving the chance. Like, if they have a bad tournament, but first, like, eventually they don't have a chance to come back in the second leg, as it's just 2 tournaments. What do you think? In Women Grand Prix, we do have 4 legs. So out of 4 tournaments, you can play 3 tournaments, and you have more opportunities to come back when you have just, I don't know, not the best tournament. Then you have 2 more tournaments. How do you feel about this concept itself?
Yeah, no, you make a good point. I like that a little bit better as well, to have 4 tournaments instead of 3, and so the players have chances to come back. I think back in the day, it even used to be more legs, something around, let's say something like 6, and everyone would play 4. So I think that does give a better reflection of the best players. But I mean, it's not easy because the next World Championship match is coming up very shortly, the candidates tournament as well. So they did want to have these tournaments take place, and there just wasn't enough time, I guess. So that's why there's only 3 legs. But yeah, you're absolutely right.
Looks like tiring, but 3 legs looks like just too short for players who's not in the best shape for one event.
Right, yeah. But yeah, as you mentioned, if you have one bad tournament, it's practically over. You need to make it to the semifinals, at least in both events, I would think, to have a chance to qualify. So you need to win your group, and that's going to be the most difficult part because you'll have to outscore 3 other players.
True, yeah, that's true. All right, can we take back our all the boards and check out what is happening? We do have very interesting situation in the game of Maxim Vashlikarov and Yu Yangyi. That's the game on the right side, down where Yu Yangyi actually tries to expose the F file and the pin on this diagonal that bishop creates from h5, and also the other game like right next to it, Predke versus Shahrir, seems to be like Shahrir is ready to start the king side attack, and it seems like his positions, like the positions where some tactics can happen, and we know how good he is in that kind of situations. Shall we take a look first at Predke's game and then go to the next game in the same group?
Yeah, let's have a look at that game. So this one started off as an Italian as well. So white played e4, e5 by black, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, bishop c5, white castled, knight f6, d3. We haven't seen this position before. Castles, h3, h6, c3, d6, rook e1 by Predke, a5, knight bd2, bishop e6. And yeah, I think we discussed this briefly. I think in this position, Anish Giri played b3 against Nikita Vichkov, but Predke goes for bishop to b5. And here a very interesting move by Mamedyarov. He goes for knight to d7. And what does move with knight d7? He wants to go for a very quick f5. So Predke goes knight f1, f5 by Shakhriyar. We saw trade on f5, knight at g3, bishop g6, and d4 by white striking in the center. So after black took on d4 and white recaptured the pawn, black played bishop b6. And here we have an interesting strategic position. I mean, the pawn on d4 is isolated. On the other hand, it's also controlling a lot of squares. Black played a3, controlling the b4 square, and black played knight f6. White played king h2 and knight h5. Bit of a surprising decision by Mamedyarov. What do you think of this move?
I suppose he wants to get this bishop here on h5 and then to pin the knight, and in some cases he can even sacrifice an exchange to expose the white's king side and to have really strong attack in here. So after knight h5, white ignored that, and yeah, that's absolutely a good decision to ignore it, and played bishop d3. And now white is hoping for some more trades to have. Not to give a chance of this bishop to be activated. But the question is, if now black plays either knight f4 or knight g2, let's say knight f4, is this pawn at some point become a weak isolated pawn?
Yeah, the pawn on d4 can be quite weak. I think if black goes knight f4, white generally trades on f4, and then one way or another tries to launch an attack on the king side, because black's pieces are a little bit off on the queen side, like the bishop on b6 and knight on c6. They are putting pressure on the pawn on d4. However, they're not really defending, and also black has these light squares, which are a bit weakened. Also, he's controlling the e-file. So I think recently in the Rapid Chess Championship, I think it was last week, Wesley So won a crushing game against Haik Martirosyan. So knight f4 is one option. I'm very curious to see what Predke will do. Like, let's say black trades on d3 and then takes on g3, because I guess we have to take with the f pawn, right? I mean, taking with the king just looks so weird.
This just looks so ugly to me. I don't know what's the next move for black, but it's just weird move. King here. White's next, like white should pre-move. Next move, king h4, obviously, to get this king at the safest place. But here, I don't know, like even if black just ignores this and doubles the rooks on f5, tries to sacrifice an exchange at some point here and get d4 pawn, I think it sounds really, really good for black.
Yeah, black should be doing very, very well there. So I guess white should take with the f pawn. And then in some cases, what white can do is go like g4, g5, create some sort of attack over there. And I guess the position should be, I guess black should be fine one way or another because his pawn on d4 is kind of weak. So let's see what, I guess that's what he's going to go for. I guess he's going to trade on d3 because if you trade on g3 first, then white can take on g6 and it keeps that bishop on the board, and black once again has these weaknesses on the light squares. So I expect bishop takes d3, white's going to recapture, and then knight takes g3, pawn takes, and once again, I feel like black should be doing fine there.
There's also knight h5, but this leaves black this opportunity to save the bishop, and to me it seems like the pair of bishop here is something really, really good for black. So queen d3 seems to be the white's next move, and knight takes, pawn takes, and very likely we're going to have this kind of position on this board.
Yeah, that's what I expect as well. So I think that offers chances for both players to try and catch up with MVL. They both really need a win, especially Predke. He's 1 point behind Maxim Vachilegraf. Also, Shakriar, he's half a point behind MVL. Are they? I guess they play in the last round, right?
They played the previous round, yeah, and no offense, but MVL gave no chance to Predke to survive. And actually it was Predke who started to play a little bit strange in the opening, and then made several very unusual decision to give up the center in the Sicilian defense. And very end of the game was some tactics, and Predke had not enough time to calculate more clearly. So yeah, and we'll just won the game very beautiful way. But yeah, sometimes players have obviously not the best days. Would you like to check the game of Yu Yangyi and MVL, because that's in the same group and seems like very interesting things are happening there?
Yeah, that one is going to be crucial for the outcome of this group. As we see the standings here, once again, we see that MVL is leading by half a point. He has 2.5, and Mamacharov and Yu Yangyi are right behind him with 2 points. But indeed, MVL played a great game yesterday with the black pieces in the Najdorf. It's really, his bread and butter. And it's definitely nice that we see a first decisive result in that group. I think actually tomorrow Shakriar will play with the white pieces against MVL. So that group is not over for sure. That last matchup will be absolutely key. So we see MVL playing the move e6. What do you think black should do? Like, what happens? And the pawn on b7 is also under attack, by the way. I guess black did not feel like he needed to protect that right away because he always had that move bishop e6, blocking in the rook, which he could then try to trap on the next move with knight a5. Let's see, what should black do here? Like, let's say I feel like we should block the pawn on e6 somehow, right?
There can be a move like just a developing move, like queen here or queen here, and then to bring the rook on e8 and start to attack this pawn. We don't know is a weakness or is a strength. For now it looks like a strength, as it takes a lot of space from black's pieces, but it can become a weakness in like few moves, like queen d6, rook e8 will be already attacking this pawn over here. So I would suggest either queen d6 or queen e7 just to continue the development.
Yeah, I really like those moves that you suggested. So let's say black goes queen to d6. I want to like, can we take on b7? I guess black goes bishop b6, right, with a very quick knight a5. And I don't know, like the question is always like, how are we going to save our rook, right? So I guess that's what both players are thinking about right now.
Yeah, not easy decision here for sure to take this. I would rather not take the pawn on b7 because it looks too dangerous to me. It looks too dangerous. I would rather open up this center and activate this bishop and would get rid of the pawn, double pawns, and I would keep this threat here on the board. So black would always include this capturing the variation that gonna calculate. So by the way, queen d6 is now on the board by Yu Yangyi.
Yep, they're listening to you. So let's see whether MVL will take that pawn on b7 or if he will come up with something else. If he wins this game, he'll take a huge step towards winning the group and qualifying to the semis. And it's pretty interesting. So we've seen a lot of players who played in the first leg, they got their points there, right? Like Hikaru and Levon. But here we see a lot of new players getting into the mix. So it's always very interesting to see how they will do. And MVL is one of them. He's currently leading the group. Also, I expect big things from Anish Giri, but also a player like, Andreikin cannot be underestimated, right? He's currently leading in Group A.
Yeah, true.
But
Our chat was discussing about Yu Yangyi, how come that he can play, as he is also the participant from China, and Ding Liren could not make it as due to the visa issues. And there's a lot of speculations that Yu Yangyi was in Europe or was not in China. So it's a little bit strange as those players very often keep their privacy, and we don't know much of the information where they are traveling, what's their next plans. And for this reason, chess fans are very often confused. And the other day, we were talking about the fact that the top chess players nowadays became very open to their fans, and they post in social media, they share their thoughts, and they have even very direct approach to the viewers, like streamers, for instance, and answering right away and telling them where they are, where they're going, what's their plan. And we don't see that from many chess players yet, many top chess players yet.
Yeah, no, we're definitely very
we're all
lucky
together confused.
For sure. Yeah, but I think you make a good point. I think overall we are quite lucky that we live in this era where the top chess players are so approachable, right? This wasn't the case 5 or 10 years ago, and the fact that people can just literally talk to players like Hikaru on a daily basis, asking questions about chess. Once again, people are really privileged to have that connection. So yeah, and we'll see whether more players will pick up things like streaming in the future.
Yeah, and Benjamin, a lot of top players just started their Twitter accounts and their social media platforms. They just joined, which is very nice. So then we're gonna have some overall picture about them, and it's of course good for the chess players to know how much fan base they have, and it's something I believe it's very good to know that you have tons of the fans who support you.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's definitely also for myself. I definitely like it when people support me and know that I'm not in this alone, so to speak. So I'm sure that's the case for other chess players as well. So on the other hand, some players do find social media distracting. So it also depends on your personality. I think Hikaru, he has talked about this a little bit. He feels like it gives him more motivation, all the fans on YouTube and on Twitch and other social media platforms.
Yes, there are lots of interviews about this, which platforms the top grandmasters are using, and they're in the end of these sentences they're saying that I wish to use it less. I wish to cut it. They are using just a tiny bit, and they're still wishing to cut it. But yeah, it's always good to learn some balance, and of course, they also. They are also just like human beings like us. They might play amazing chess games like a chess engines, fast moves, but still, in the end of the day, they just have requires as ourselves and want to check out what's happening in the universe. Oh my God, so many things are happening, Benjamin. Let's take a very quick look at our bird eye view and check out all other games too. And I'm referring this one at the game Vidit and Rapport. Look at this, Queen C4.
Right, let's have a look at that game. So we tune out after knight c3 and queen a6. And Vidit played this move a4, which is not what we expected. He wants to go knight to b5, block the queen's diagonal, maybe knight c7, then also becomes a threat. So Richie played bishop b4, pinning the knight, bishop d2 by Vidit. Richard traded, Vidit recaptured with the bishop. And after knight e7, Vidit played this very aggressive move, b4. He wants to go pawn on b5, hit the queen on a6. So the queen has to move, and then he can... Well, it's
queen
not trapped quite yet.
Oh,
the queen can go to b6.
I got too early, too excited.
But if he goes b5, he's first of all blocking that diagonal, so then he can castle. And also he's taking away a lot of squares. Like he takes away the c6 square from this knight on b8. So where's the knight gonna go, right? And also he wants to go bishop b4, putting pressure on the knight on e7. So Rapport said that, you know, he doesn't want to come under that kind of pressure. So he played queen to c4, hitting the bishop on c3. So I wonder what he has in mind if Vidit plays something like rook to c1. What do you think?
Well, rook c1 seems to be a very logical move to guard this bishop, and also thread in bishop d2, bishop b2 to open up the rook on this open file. And c file is the only open file. Just imagine if rook gets on 7th rank, then it will create so much danger, and black will be struggling to even castle on the short side as the knight will be hanging. And yeah, to be honest, I don't know what's here Rapport's plan, because, you know, even if queen goes back and tries to run away from this pin, then b5 is still a move that white can consider to take control over c6 square, to play bishop b4 next move. Get this bishop on this diagonal, activate the rook on h file, c file. That's a little bit mysterious to me, what happens after rook c1 in Rapport's plans and the idea. Yeah, next plan here. And we have
it. Actually, as we speak, the move rook c1 has just been played by Vidit. And yeah, as you mentioned, b5 is always a nice move. It limits the knight on b8. So let's say Rapport plays knight bc6, right, hitting the pawn on b4 eventually. What is white gonna do? Like, because I think if we go b5, black has knight b4 when knight d3 comes, so that's kind of tricky. You don't want to allow that. So you can play, for example, bishop d2, but then black still has queen d3. So it's not that easy, I think.
Benjamin here. Knight d2.
So let's say black goes queen d3.
Yeah, queen a6 is impossible. Queen a2 is just trapping there. Can I show one line at least when I can trap this queen?
Indeed, yeah.
So, here, queen is trapped finally. So it makes, out of 3 moves, those 2 are not possible. Queen d3 seems to be the move here, and I would be happy to play here knight b3. And if you trade the queens, my pieces are just perfectly developed, and I have so good position with white.
Yeah, this still looks very pleasant for white. White can go b5, bishop b4, grab the open c file, king e2, perhaps double on the c file, and the position looks really difficult for black. So even in the endgames, we see that black is struggling. So let's see what Rapport will come up with. But yeah, I think we definitely like Vidit's position here. Maybe what he should do is go knight d7, because a knight on c6 will always come under attack with b5, and maybe that isn't too bad. And I can come to b6 in some lines. So maybe that's what he should do.
Yeah, but even in these positions, I think bishop d2 would be a pleasant position for white.
Yeah, no, I think so too. Yeah, Vidit should definitely be better.
Queen d3 seems to be the move. You don't want to bring this queen back, as b5 comes with all these tempos and gets more and more space advantage. And if you play queen d3, I can play queen e2. I'm happy for this endgame because look at this position. White has more space and black has two knights, very passive knights, and white is about to control c-file. And if you move the queen from this diagonal, then white is free to castle. And yeah, it's the same position with queens on the board.
Indeed. So I was wondering, like, let's say black trades the queens and then follows up with a move like knight to b6, right? Because then he's hitting the pawn on a4, and knight c4 is an option as well. Maybe black is still, it does allow rook c7, but maybe just rook b8 to defend that pawn on b7.
Right. In these positions, very often I feel disgusted by bishop g5 myself when I play with black, when my knight is under attack and I cannot do much with it. So maybe white can start a5, knight c4, bishop g5, and white can always get rid of the c4 knight with knight d2, or bishop g5 can be right away. I can start with this and now bishop g5.
That's a very nice plan, because actually black has a very unpleasant trick here. If you play bishop g5 right away instead of a5, black goes knight to c6, and all of a sudden this rook is a little bit trapped. Right? You might want to, like, okay, wait, how the knight? So, and get rid of the knight on c6. But wait, I'm back, right? I think.
Yeah.
Okay, right. Right. So after b5, black here has the move knight to a8.
Knight to in here?
So if,
after b5.
Yeah.
Oh,
right.
that's
and the rook
ugly.
on c7 is trapped. Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no, that's ugly.
Oh no, my rook.
My rook.
Yeah. Indeed.
Yeah. So a5 is a move for a reason here. So yeah, my idea was to be honest, to play 92 next move, but I didn't know that I saved my rook here on c7.
Right. So after a5, black can still go knight a8, but here we drop the rook back, and although this also looks pretty solid for black. So let's say we go rook c2. Let's say black goes king d7. I mean, we can go rook to c8, knight to c7. I don't think black has too much to worry about here.
Really, you're not afraid of these moves somewhere in the end when knight
that is true, yeah.
One of the pawns.
That's a very good point. So let's say we go rook hc1. I guess maybe rook c8 is a bit early, because we trade and then we have knight g5 tricks.
Yeah.
And we probably win a pawn, right? Our knight should always be able to make its way back.
Yeah, I guess f6 possible here, but
maybe taking g4.
Take g4 g5 would be on the way.
Yeah. And this could easily be like almost lost for black with the extra pawn for white.
True.
So let's see what Rapport will come up with, but I definitely like Vidit's chances right now.
Yeah, it seems like in all our variations, we are looking from Vidit's perspective to have something to play for a win, and this is quite unusual from Richard to have this kind of position. Usually he likes to complicate the game more, and he feels very comfortable in these kind of positions. And now what we have is just it's not double-edged position. It's only white who is trying to now get more and more out of this position.
Indeed, yeah. So yeah, Richard definitely has some problems to solve here. If he doesn't play precisely here, he can easily get into a lot of trouble. So I guess Vidit can be quite happy about the outcome of the opening. I mean, even if this, let's say this game ends in a draw, that's also fine for Vidit. But of course, a win would be huge here for either player because they'll take a big lead in the group. But with that being said, is there perhaps another game that you want to have a look at?
Right, let's bring our board back and take a look. The other game, oh, look at this game. That's Shurov and Fedoseev. That's the game left side down there. Black has a beautiful chain, starting with the bishop on d3 and then all the pawns on the way. And White is trying to get something into the center. Maybe we can take a look at that one.
Yeah, let's have a very quick look at that one. So this is the other game in the group C. We see the standings right here. So once again, Rapport and Vidit are currently leading the group with 2.5 points, but Fedoseev is right behind them with 2 points. So if Fedoseev wins this game and the game between Vidit and Rapport ends in a draw, Fedoseev will catch up with them. So it's kind of a must-win game for Fedoseev. And we left off after the move bishop d3, white played rook fc1, and here e4, nice move by Fedoseev, strengthening the bishop on d3 and opening up the bishop on g7. White played the move c5, and now he played f5, creating a connect 5. And after the move pawn takes d6, he's staying in the current position, but I kind of like Black's position with the two bishops and also the pawn structure that can potentially be in his favor. But with all that being said and done, we are going to be taking a very short break. Do not go anywhere, you guys. We will be back with more action from the FIDE Grand Prix in Belgrade. We'll see you guys after the break.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Grand Prix 2022. I'm Katie. This is Benjamin, and we're having round 5. Very exciting games, truly. And in all the games, Benjamin, something crazy is happening. Let's take a very quick look in Group D. Predke against Mamadiro. We can see that the bar goes all the way down in favor of Shahriar Mamadiro. Do you think it's some sort of blunder there?
Right, so we left off after white played the move bishop to d3. Let's try to pull up the game. So after the move bishop to d3, black captured on g3. Here white took on g6. We initially thought that this should be good for white because white is controlling the light squares around the black king. But Mamadiro played the move knight f5, a nice move hitting the pawn on d4, and Predke played the move rook e4. And the engine does not quite like this move. I wonder actually what he has in mind if black goes d5, because the rook is under attack. And let's say you move the rook back to e1, right? And you're like, okay, I'm going to sacrifice the pawn on d4, right? How bad can this be? Well, actually, black has the move queen d6 check, and you lose your bishop on g6.
Oh,
so
no.
Right, so you'll have to do something else. And actually, if you go, let's say rook g4, right? You're like, okay, I defend my bishop on g6, and now I still keep defending the pawn on d4. Right, well, guess what? Pieces cannot do 2 jobs at the same time. Black has the move knight takes d4, and if you take the knight, black can go, let's say, bishop takes d4. Let's say you take on d4, knight takes d4, queen takes d4. Generally, this would be really good for white, because you have the 2 bishops against the rook. However, black has the move queen d6 check, and collects your bishop on g6, and black pretty much wins the game. So, isn't Predke in a lot of trouble here?
I suppose he's in a big trouble right now because this move rook e4 seems to be just a really weird move, as d5 is just calling, you know, come play me. It's a good move, and for sure Shahriar sees that he's capable for to see this move, and the factor that the bishop on g6 is in fact is trapped. Is there any other alternative rather than to take, for instance, to sacrifice an exchange and hope for the best?
Yeah, well, bishop takes f5 is a move, but the position gets simplified really quickly. Black takes on e4, bishop takes e4, and white would have some compensation if he can play bishop e3, but indeed black takes on d4 immediately, and I think the position is just collapsing because this pawn on f2 is also hanging in many variations, and I mean, black's up an exchange, and I would argue that black even has the more active position, so I don't think this is really an option. So I wonder what Predke has missed and what he has in mind really after d5, because it looks like black is crushing there.
Yeah, I think he's just lost it. And is there anything else he could play? Like, because this is not the move you would expect probably after bishop d3. We were considering this knight g3 not to be the best move, but here, yeah, this knight actually attacks the pawn on d5, and if you push the pawn on d5, this gives black some really nice squares. For instance, even knight can come on d4, and also f2 pawn is hanging. And clearly he wanted to cap the bishop. I think white's only move here is to save the pawn, is to give up the bishop and to play this peaceful position. White has really nice play here. Queen can come on b3, give a check. Bishop can be also developed, and it's just a normal position. And I think he was trying to get more by rook e4 and just blundered very simple move e4.
Right, yeah, I think that was his idea as well. He probably just blundered this move d5, and yeah, now it's looking pretty tough for him. So I would be shocked if Shahriar does not play it. I mean, he often always spots these types of tactics, and what Predke has in mind there. Like, what is he going to do to try to save the game?
How about move? Yeah, queen b3 to pin this pawn actually makes no sense. That doesn't really stop queen coming b to d6 and to pick up this bishop.
Indeed, yeah, it's looking really tough for white because black has this threat on the rook, but also queen d6 is a huge threat. Pawn d4 is dropping off in many variations. So let's see if Shakriar wins this game, he will be tied for the lead if MVL does not win. So maybe we can have a quick look at that game as well, because this is really critical for Group D.
Indeed. Before we go to their Benjamin, shall we very quickly take a look of the game of Shirov and Fedoseev in Group C? Look at this. Black had such a wonderful position with this pawn chain, and now the engine says white has big chances here to fight for a win. So what's the mistake? Two decisive mistakes while we were on a break. So what's happening here? After c takes d6, black went for f4, bishop b6, and queen g5 seems to be not the best move. And now you can see the engine goes slowly on the up.
Right, so apparently the computer thinks that this move queen g5 is a little bit too aggressive. Maybe what Fedoseev missed is that white can play something like, apparently d7 is the best move. So I would be really scared here as white though, because black has f3 and threatens checkmate on g2. But let's say we go g3, right? Maybe he wants to go queen g4 and queen h3 and go for that kind of checkmate, but maybe white has to move d6. And if the king moves over, knight at d5.
And if no, and then knight e3.
We have knight e3 indeed. And I was just thinking, like, the move bishop h6 from black never does anything because white has bishop d4 check, and you'll have to block with your bishop again. And here you just lose too much time. So, and actually, as we speak, d7 has just been played by Shirov. So he must have spotted this idea of d6, knight d5, and knight d3.
Oh wow, what a blunders at the same time. Well, they should pay us for a good vacation so they can Shirov and Shahriar. So as we took our first hour break, something horrible happened in those two games, and they are so bad blunders that it can end the game really quickly. Maybe not this one, but the other game. I can bring again this game on the board. Prudke and Mamedyarov. After d5, white is simply losing here huge material.
Indeed, yeah. I mean, it's always easier to sit here and watch the games than to actually play there, because they have all the pressure. So. But yeah, we see some mistakes that are quite serious. So I wonder what the players have missed, especially Prudke with this move rook e4, but also Fedoseev. Maybe he just missed that white has this resource with knight e5 to e3. What do you think?
Oh, yeah. In the other game, let me bring it back. Yeah, I think he did not see the move here after f3. D6 can be played right away, or first g3 and this check. Knight d5 is not easy to see. Let's be honest, that you bring the knight, you hope to get into the game with the queen, and there's no any queen coming on f1 square or on anywhere else. And knight d5 is something that you probably miss it. Wow.
Indeed, yeah, it's quite incredible that there's simply nothing here for black and white holds by defense against black's attack, because it looks quite scary, but white has a lot of defensive resources. So this one could flip completely, because we said it looked great for Fedoseev. So imagine, that Shirov wins this game, then if Vidit or Rapport wins their game, then they already win the group.
Yeah, that's right. And actually, Benjamin Shirov was struggling pretty much in the other games to get some advantage. And in the equal position, he was trying to create something, and he was showing a huge will to win the game. But now he can have an advantage. He doesn't have to sacrifice for it anymore. So maybe he will be very happy to have this kind of position. And look at this pawn on d7 being so close to be promoted to the queen. And yeah, clearly white can still hold the position on the king side, and white's king. So far it's safe.
Indeed, yeah. I'm sure that Fedoseev must be thinking of a way to try to complicate, but it seems that Shirov is fine here. And indeed, the pawn d7 is super strong. It's just one square away from promotion. I don't think Shirov wants to cash in on the exchange just yet, but maybe just improve his position when it was like d6 and knight at d5. Like let's say black goes king h8. I guess we go d6 anyway, because we want to be able to have this move knight at d5. And we might just play the move knight d5 anyway, because it just looks like a good move, right? It's improving the knight. So it still looks very complicated. So I'm curious to see what Fedoseev will do here, because he's known to be a very creative player.
Yeah, that's true. On the other hand, knight d5 opens up the queen, and at some point white can stop the f3 coming by f3 itself, as black surely can take it. This bishop is not hanging as there is a checkmate. Yeah, so just to bring knight in here, and maybe next move promote the pawn could be white's idea here. And is there a chance that black can create some sort of counterplay?
Yeah, I mean, maybe what black can do is, let's say after move d6, maybe queen g4, because now he has the threat of going f3. Like let's say after queen g4, just to illustrate, right? Like let's say white goes queen a4 to defend that pawn on d7. Black goes pawn to f3, threatens checkmate on g2. And if you go g3, then queen h3, you cannot stop queen g2 checkmate. So white will have to play a move to address that, like maybe knight at d5 and just sacrifice the pawn on d7, I guess. Right.
Yeah, but this allows rook c7 and rook g7, bishop d4. That's Shirov's position. That's surely Shirov's position.
Yeah.
You don't need to evaluate the position. He feels very comfortable in that situation.
Indeed, yeah. White has plenty of activity there. Yeah, maybe sacrifice on g7 and bishop d4. Bishop c5 also an option to just win the exchange on f8. So let's see. This one can really go either way, but right now it feels like it's working out in Shirov's favor, right? I mean, we don't really see any tricks for Fedoseev, and if there's no tricks, then Shirov should be better.
Yeah, true. At some point, when black plays move like queen g4, white can also consider moves like knight d4, and then f3 to just get rid of all this tension and have more peaceful position. But this also gives black some chance to equalize the position. So after this queen g4, there is still this resource of knight d5, which is for sure found by Shirov.
Indeed, yeah. So yeah, this one looks quite interesting. So maybe we can have a look then at the other game of the group. As we mentioned, if Shirov wins this game, then the winner of the game between Vidit and Rapport will already qualify to the semifinals. So let's have a look what's happening there.
Let me very quickly update. I think this is the position which we had earlier on the board. So queen rook c1 has been played, and Vidit decided to play. Richard decided to play knight b to c6. Vidit went for bishop d2, queen d3, and queen e2. He's going to endgame. Actually, I wanted to suggest earlier, how about b5? As in this position, you mentioned that b5 was a bit tricky, as knight gets on b4 and then on d3. And now after bishop d2, queen is already on d3, and it no longer supports the knights to come on b4. Is there a possibility to play first this one?
But here black has to move knight takes d4, right? And let's say we go, and here black should be fine, because after rook c3, black has queen e4, or knight takes f3. So I guess that was the problem there.
All right. So after queen d3, we have queen e2, and this is currently the position. Black is taking his time here.
Indeed. So queen e2 on the board by Vidit. I guess. So we discussed that this endgame is probably quite unpleasant for black, right? I mean, because white takes with the king, and b5 is going to come quite quickly. White gets a lot of pressure along the c file. Also, the bishop comes to b4. There's also always this move knight g5 in many variations that black has to look out for. So trading the queens might be really to Vidit's favor. Can black keep the queens on the board with a move like queen to b3? Because if b5, maybe there's knight b4 again, or what do you think?
b5 and knight b4. It's possible, but now white is ready to castle, and the threat is rook b1 to win this knight. So you might think to take here on a4, and let me show a little bit of trick here. Rook a1, attacking the queen, and when queen gets on b1, now white goes rook on b1 and double attack. So instead of queen b3, after this move, queen should go all the way to c2, and this allows white to bring another rook into the game. Rook f to c1, and I think at some point black will lose the piece on b4.
Yeah, I mean the knight on b4 really looks stranded, so maybe white can trap the knight somehow. I don't know exactly how white traps it, because there's always still jumps, but one way or another it should. Oh, queen f1, but if you take
king f1,
knight e3,
king f1, queen
oh,
e2,
king f1, nice move.
Yeah, because if you take this, the knight has not this square on d3, but also right. I don't believe this knight can survive here so long. Like,
well, it can go to b2 and then c4, but maybe white just goes something like rook c7 here, or rook c2. Right, rook c7 looks very strong with a big attack on the king side, on the queen side.
Oh yeah, sorry. Just take here b6. But king f1 here, I don't know if it's working well, but the idea is that at least the knight is not coming here. You have to play a5, which is not really saving the knight, as the rook on e8 is hanging, and then the other rook is hanging, so it's really impossible to save it.
Indeed. So yeah, it looks quite tough for Richard, because as we said, training down into the end game also doesn't really solve his problem. So Vidit should have quite a pleasant advantage here. And yeah, if he wins this game, he might win the group already with a round to spare.
Yeah. However, if Richard scores tomorrow and Vidit loses, maybe we're gonna have tiebreak, because they can.
That is true. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, it's not over just yet. You're absolutely right. But
yeah, who doesn't like to have one point advantage in the last round?
Indeed, yeah. Vidit will play with the black pieces against Sheriff, who has been struggling in this tournament. So I don't really see Vidit giving away a 1-point lead there, but you never know, of course.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised here by Richard's choice of the opening and the way how he continued to play.
By the way, can we go back to Group D, because it looks like Shakryar has missed this move, pawn to d5.
No, let's take a look at that.
It's quite shocking. After the move queen e4, he played the move queen f6. So he was hitting the bishop on g6 and the pawn on d4. I traded on f5 and played rook to g4. Threatening bishop takes h6 because the pawn on g7 is pinned. So black played rook to f6. But I mean, now the game looks approximately even. Like maybe we just play bishop e3, for example. And I don't know, at least white isn't much worse, right?
White has second life in this game. He'll be, and you know, Benjamin, very often when we make blunders like this, Pretke knew it in a second. He knew it even
Yeah.
he pressed the clock that you can take the move back. This happens to all of us. The moment you blunder a move, you just get
Yeah, I'm
get
sure
it
that
right
as soon
away.
as like I'm sure that as soon as he released the rook on e4, like something hit him and he was like, oh, this is not a good move. And then it's really about, holding your composure, not giving away anything, keeping your
Stay
poker face so
cool.
your opponent
Yeah.
indeed stay calm.
Have
and
you
hold the
ever
grip.
played cool when you blunder?
I think so. Yeah. So what some players they stand up from the board because they feel like, okay, they cannot sit there because they feel like they will give away something, right? And then there's players who feel like, okay, if I stand up from the board, my opponent will feel that there's something wrong, and if they just keep sitting there, their opponent will not see it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's true as well. But yeah, many players have said that when they made a blunder, they rush somewhere, just leave the board, rushing somewhere, anywhere else, but not the board. So because they cannot control these emotions, an opponent can say, and yeah, very often you can guess the blunder by the reaction of the opponent, because they for a second you can read on the face. So yeah, I played very often, very cool at the moment I blundered something big. But the funny thing is that you can also clearly say if your opponent sees it, because if he sees right away, he's happy and he can't hide it. And if he keeps like a serious face and continues to think for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 10 minutes, I'm sure that my opponent cannot see. So it's just a relief, and you just don't focus anymore on the fact that you
It's really a question about whether your opponent spots it right away or doesn't. Because if they don't, then generally they will not see it. But what a lot of players do is when they feel like their opponent blunders, they like look up to their opponent and are like, huh? Like, what do you do? And then they try to look for confirmation, right? If the other guy looks, nervous or something like that, they know that he's blundered. So that's very often what you will see.
Yeah, once it happened to me when I blundered on the king side badly. I blundered the piece, I think, and I was playing against really funny guy, and then I started to focus on the queen side.
Yeah.
And he was like, he told me that it's nothing happening. And I felt
Feels like
so
it's not gonna work.
No,
he knew what you were trying to do.
It was even worse. It was even worse feeling. He really ashamed me. And yeah, but the game ended in a draw. He took that part. Just imagine how strange the game was. I lost a piece and I still made a draw. But the whole situation that he told me during the game, that nothing happens on the queen side, just destroyed me. But oh wow, also Benjamin here, Shankland did not really went right away d5, which was also the sign that he was very concentrated in somewhere else. He was concentrated with the position that there is an isolated pawn on d4, and he wanted to get rid of the light square bishop. So he was pretty busy to plan how to trade this bishop for a knight. And yeah, very often you just focus on one line and you can miss something just like simple move like d5.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess he was like the move queen f6 looks perfectly natural. I mean, it's hitting the pawn on d4, and it brings another piece into the game. But I guess he just missed this whole tactic with the move queen d6 at the end, which collects his bishop on g6. But yeah, very surprising to me that someone like Shankland misses such a tactic. I was like 100% sure that he would spot it, but now it's really, game on. Anything can still happen.
Yeah, that's right. This is currently the position, and in the other game, which blunder also appeared. I was sure of in Fedoseev. We do have position where white push both pawns on d7 and d6. Let's take a look at the bird eye view and check out what's happening there.
Right, so let's have a look at what is happening. So, all right, so what has happened in the other games? Maybe we can have a look at the game between MVL and Yu Yangyi, because that one is starting to look quite sharp. So we left off after black played the move queen to d6, and black actually captured his pawn on b7. We thought that this would be a little bit risky after someone like bishop b6, but instead of that, Yu Yangyi played knight to e5, putting pressure on the knight f3, and MVL played bishop to e2 to neutralize the pin. So I guess now black should take on e6, right? Like actually, so what happens if black goes bishop b6 now? Is that a move to try to trap the rook on b7?
Yeah, but now the knight is so far. It's on the queen who can try to trap, and the bishop can come all the way here. How about? So tricky. If I take the knight on e5, then we might see something like this, and we cannot take on e5 as the pawn on f2 is hanging, and in fact black is taking another rook and winning this position. So yeah, I think after all of this, bishop e2, queen e2, fe, maybe white can try something like bishop e3 here.
Yeah, that probably makes sense. But actually, as we speak, Yu Yangyi has captured a pawn on e6. Right. So watch, but black is going to take on e2. Let's say we take with the queen, then black takes on e5 with the pawn, and looks pretty fine for black. I mean, he has a lot of pressure on the pawn on f2. I don't really think black should be too worried here. So then what else is an option? Perhaps like maybe knight d4, because you hit the queen on e6. Like let's say black takes on e2, we take on e6. And if you take on d1, we just recapture on d1 and we have a threat on f8 and on c5. And white should be winning there, I believe. So what can black do after knight d4?
And knight d4 makes sense not to allow black to open up a file like it happens in this line, where black can take the knight after bishop e2. So you keep this pawn structure like that and attack the queen. So here this is so strange, like what black can do. Maybe queen c8, because the bishop on h5 is also hanging. Queen c8.
Right, yeah, queen c8 makes a lot of sense. Yeah, attacking the rook on b7, perhaps rook to b5, hitting the bishop on c5, and maybe white still has some pressure there. I don't know. I guess this looks the most logical for MVL right now, I would think.
Yeah. So we do have this position right now. Yeah, this seems to me the natural move to be played, because if you don't go knight d4 now, bishop b6 is always a plan here for black.
Indeed,
and
yeah.
then queen c8.
Yeah, so I would think that MVL needs to have something in like the next couple of moves. Otherwise, black should just be completely fine, in the sense that the position, if anyone has weaknesses, it's white, right, with the double c-pawns. Black is fairly active, but as we mentioned, there are some tricks with knight to d4, rook to b5. Black has a couple loose points in his position, so I feel like MVL should try to take advantage of that in the next couple of moves. Otherwise, I feel like Yu Yangyi is going to be completely fine, and the game might just head for a draw. So let's see what MVL is going to come up with here.
Yeah, we are going to look forward to this game. Can we, meanwhile, take a look at the bird eye view and check out some other games what's happening there. In the group C, we can see that Rapport decided to cap the queen. He played queen a3, and now it's Vidit's move.
Right.
We have not checked the game of Giri for long. So can we take a look at that position? Giri versus Harikrishna, and look at this engine evaluation. It says that Black has quite nice situation.
Right. So let's see. So in the game between, so we have some moves. We have some more moves in that game. So I think we left off very early on, after Black played a6, and Giri decided to play rook to d1, waiting, as we discussed before. Harikrishna played b6, bishop d3 by Anish, bishop b7 by Harikrishna, castles h6. So both sides are playing a bit of a waiting game. Anish played bishop to c1. Now came knight a5 by Harikrishna. Anish traded on d5 and played b4, hitting the knight. The knight jumped back to c6, bishop b2, knight b8, and knight e5. But this allowed Black to play c5, creating counterplay in the center. Anish traded on c5 with the b pawn and played knight at e2. But I don't know. I mean, he has this active knight on e5. But if Black goes c4, Black will have a strong passer there.
Benjamin, I just see here one funny suggestion here by our beloved computer to take the pawn on f7 and then to take d takes c5 to open up the bishop as well. Seems like White wants to play next move bishop g6. So what do you think about this position? Is it worthy to play this kind of positions? I'll give you more move here, and you can maybe give an evaluation after that. Bishop c4 is another move suggestion.
Well, it looks like not bad.
Yeah, White is getting another pawn, the central pawn on d5, as there is a pin here.
Right, I think I could add that for a second, but yeah, he had that sacrifice, which he did not go for. I mean, it's not really in Anish's style. He likes to play, slowly and positionally, and especially given the fact that he's leading in the group, there's no need to take risks like that. But yeah, as we discussed after c4, maybe Harikrishna is a bit better with the protected c pawn. So we'll see what's going to happen. Yeah, the group situation looks very good for Anish, but it's not over at all. I mean, maybe this game will flip in Harikrishna's favor, and if Fichugov manages to win that game, he will be tied for the lead with Anish. But we are going to be taking a very short break. Do not go anywhere, you guys. We will be right back with more action from the FIDE Grand Prix in Belgrade. We'll see you guys after the break. The Chess.com Rapid Chess Championship is a brand new world-class online rapid event series for the top 100 players, top 10 women, top 10 juniors, and 10 wildcards. Watch as the very best compete for their share of $20,000 each week, culminating with a $150 prize finals in late August. It all gets going at 9 a.m. Pacific on the weekend of Saturday, February 12th, right here on chess.com. All right, Katie. So what has happened while we took a very short break at the FIDE Grand Prix in Belgrade?
So the line that we just showed to our viewers in the game of Shurov and Fedoseev just happened as a group C, and seems like Fedoseev couldn't find any better continuation just to go to what we have shown. So that happened in this game, and maybe we can take a very, very quick look. That's the point we stopped after d7. Black decided to not to trust opponent and check if he found the correct move and went for f3. Now g3, sorry, d6 was played. There is a check, intermediate check, and g3 was played to save white's king. After queen f5, the idea is to play queen h3 and queen g2, checkmate into move. Knight d5 is only move, which saves white's king, was played, and knight e3. Now, as black cannot play bishop h6 to get rid of the knight, so checkmate there because of bishop d4 check, black just decided to capture d7 pawn back, which allowed rook c7 to happen in the game, and queen d6. So currently we have this position, and black decided to capture at least these 2 pawns in the center. Seems like it's not enough. Benjamin, for now, bishop c5 is not possible to win an exchange, as the rook on c7 is hanging. As well, rook g7 will not be working, as bishop d4 is impossible. However, white still have a very good position, winning position according to the bar, which we can see on this side. And what do you think? What's White's continuation here?
Yeah, maybe White should just play a move like rook ac1, bring another piece into the game. And White's attack looks pretty scary, right? I wonder if black, like let's say black plays a random move like a5. Do we have tactics like rook takes g7? I mean, if black recaptures with the king, we have rook c7 check. And if the king doesn't have a lot of squares, if it goes to h8, then white should be winning after queen c3 check. Let's say rook f6 and bishop d4. That similarly looks crushing. I do wonder what is happening if black goes king to h6, but it feels like there should be something that's got to be winning for white. I mean, maybe knight g4, the king steps up to g5, and maybe just like h3 followed by bishop e3 looks pretty good. So I guess rook ac1 right now looks really dangerous for black because of this threat rook takes g7, which looks really difficult to defend against. I mean, what, like, do you see actually rook ac1 has just been played? What do you think Fedoseev should do here?
So hard to find here a move for Fedoseev, as yeah, this is a serious threat right now, and another rook comes on c8, so you can't really stop that. Rook c8 is impossible. And any other random moves like bishop b5, for instance, like this bishop will be met by rook g7, and yeah, we has already shown this one in queen c7 next. If black here decides to take the bishop, this allows white to get another rook on the 7th rank, and the checkmate is now inevitable in one move. So Yeah, pretty much it looks like black has to take care of this bishop. Is there a move like bishop f6 to get out of these threats?
Right, so bishop f6 is a move. I guess if we take on b7 to go rook c7 on the next move, black is gonna go rook ac8 very quickly, right, and try to trade off one of the rooks. So maybe he's still hanging on there. I wonder, like, how do we? I kind of like bishop f6. I wonder how we should continue the attack here, but it doesn't seem that there's an easy way to do so. However, it does feel very dangerous for black. So I feel like there's got to be something for sure, but I can't quite tell what it should be.
Yeah, there's like move like knight d5 looks very tempting to get rid of the dark square bishop and then activate the bishop on b6. But however, I do love this knight here, and white has to be really careful not to make any mistake, as this pawn here created a checkmate net. Yeah, white cannot simply sit back and slip here in this position. But how about just I don't know, some random moves, as black can't really do much here in this position.
Right, yeah, maybe just a slow improving move. Like there's also moves like knight at g4, putting pressure on the bishop on f6, because as soon as that bishop drops off, then all the dark squares become extremely weak around the black king. So that could be a move, because I don't really see where the bishop could go, because pretty much all the squares on the diagonal are covered. So we'll see what Fedoseev will come up with, but the position looks very tough for black. Also, the evil bar is all the way up. It's showing a big advantage for white, so it's looking very tough for him. So let's see. So maybe we can check back in the game between Vidit and Rapport, the other game in this group.
Yeah, that's a good idea to check out what happens in the leaders game. So the moment we left was queen d3 and queen e2, and here Richard decided not to trade the queens, but to keep at least one active piece on the board. And here we did castle, and we do have knight f5, hoping to get some counterplay by attacking the pawn on d4.
Yeah, nice move by Richard.
Benjamin, a lot of pawns are hanging. This pawn is hanging. This pawn is also hanging. And now d4 pawn is also hanging. Is there a way that you can guard all the three together?
I don't see it right away. Yeah, I really like this move, knight f5 by Richard. It felt way too risky to take one of the pawns there on the queen side, but he plays a move, knight f5, and it doesn't seem that there's an easy way to protect the pawn on d4, which is really the base of white's pawn structure. So let's see, I'm wondering, like, let's say white plays a move like queen b5, right? I guess black's gonna castle, and let's say we go bishop c3, right? So now we guard the pawn on d4, but I guess there's no way we can ever trap that queen on a3. And actually, as we speak, the move bishop c3 has just been played by Vidit. So let's say black castles here, right? What is his idea? What do you think he wants to do?
I think b5. He wants to push b5. And I think he could push b5 before castling. If knight gets on b4, this knight can be under threat. Let's say queen d2. Yeah, and I don't really see, is there a knight e2 move? Maybe knight e2 move saves here black. As yeah, if you hope for pin the knight, then queen is the one who will take this bishop. And yeah, to be honest, in this position black has nothing to worry. All the pieces are active, and black is ready to activate now the c file and occupy this file. I kind of have a feeling that Vidit could play better. Shall we go a little bit back, and after queen a3 check the move b5 here?
Right, so maybe he had the move b5, and here it would have been tricky for black. So knight b4 is always extremely dangerous because the knight on b4 is very loose, like let's say white castles. I think that cannot be good for black. So maybe what Rapport had in mind was the move knight to a5. You cannot capture the knight on a5 because then you lose the rook on c1 and black wins. And if you don't take on a5 and let's say you castle, then black can always put the knight on c4 and solidify the situation on the queen side somewhat. So I think Rapport came up with some nice defensive moves, and he's probably doing more or less fine. And actually, as we speak, like if we go back to the current position, right after bishop to c3, Vidit is also down to 20 minutes, and he has 22 more moves to make until the time control. That can be a factor as well.
Can be a factor as well. Maybe he's already starting to panic a little bit. And after knight f5, yeah, he's the one who has to try to play a little bit passive and guard all these pawns as they have pushed too much. The question which obviously comes to mind is that pawn on a4 possible to be captured?
Okay, so if he takes on a4, I guess it's a possibility, but maybe Vidit wants to go for someone like b5. This knight will have to go back to e7, and then he should have some activity, I would think. Oh, it's always so difficult to actually trap that queen on a4. And I was just wondering, so taking these pawns makes sense. What happens actually if black plays a move like rook to c8?
Yeah, it's a good question. Just to activate.
Because if we go b5 now black gets to move knight on b4. We take with the knight, and if we take, then the rook on c1 is hanging. So let's see, what could white do after the move rook c8?
Well, that's a very good question. Can I play g4 here? Or it will.
So what about knight c takes d4 now? Well, I guess we take with the bishop, and if rook c1, then gf, and white should be doing okay.
I can give a check. Oh, I cannot give a check, then this knight will be hanging. Yeah, okay, g takes f5.
Right. Yeah, so I guess white should be doing fine here. And all right, so after g4, I mean, you can still move the knight back to e7, but maybe here. I kind of like g4, because
now I can push b4 too.
Right, maybe. But maybe knight takes d4 anyway, because if you take with the bishop, you hang the rook, and if you take with the knight, you hang your bishop.
Yeah, ignore me.
No
Because you push g4, you push b4. These pawns can be weaknesses. As white has only two pieces, right? And they have a pieces. So if white has more pieces on the board, light square bishop and the knight, those moves would make sense, as black would also have the those two pieces, and it will be more and more limited. But now, as there are a few pieces on the board and it's almost in the end game, this moves like even g4 can be some sort of like weaknesses in the future.
Indeed, yeah, it's always quite double-edged. So we'll see what Rapport will do here. I think this game can really go either way, and it's really critical for the standings in Pool C. And also,
Right.
I think Vidit's chances of qualifying for the candidates are very slim, because he didn't do too well in the first leg, but Rapport still has a lot of chances. We know that he made it to the semifinals, in which he lost to Hikaru. So let's say he gets a good result here, and actually, as we speak, the move rook c8 has just been played. But if he gets a good result here, let's actually pull it up in the standings. So we know that Hikaru, he won the first leg, right? He collected those 13 points. Levon came in second. 10 points is also a very good result. And Rapport made it to the semifinals. So 7 points is also a pretty decent result. I think if he makes it to the semifinals, that will give him very good chances of qualifying to the candidates. So, but for that, he will need to get a good result in this game. Like, if he wins this game, that would be great, but he should definitely not lose.
Yeah, absolutely. And between these two players right now on the board, we have Vidit and Rapport. Rapport is the one who has the most chances to qualify out of this Grand Prix, as he had a more successful first leg. But yeah, still, as we have the huge prize fund here in this tournament, 150,000 euros. Every game costs here a couple thousand of euros. And Benjamin, we can see right now on the screen that the winner gets 24,000 euros. and the runner-up will get 18,000. So they are so close, even these two places. They're both qualifiers in the final, but look at the difference between those prices. So yeah, every game can be really costly for those players. And as we were speaking about this, we do have rook to c8, and Vidit is down to 19 minutes. Vidit has to hurry up now at this point and make really fast decisions.
Yeah, also we'll see what he will do, but yeah, 90 minutes is not a lot of time for 22 more moves to be made. I think he should go for this move g4. At least the position will become more forcing. I think he shouldn't really have too much to worry about in the line that we just showed. Like, let's say g4, black takes on d4 with the c knight. I think we wanted to go bishop takes. Also, so that is an option. Is knight takes d4 an option as well, is what I'm wondering. Because let's say black takes on d4 with the knight, we take with the bishop. And if you take on c1, there might be queen b5 check. If you go rook c6 to block, we take on b7. Your rook is under attack, and also I threaten all sorts of things like queen a8. So let's say after queen b5, maybe what black should do is play the move king to d8. Maybe we can take on b7 here. I don't know.
You cannot do rook king f8 here. As you can see, the bar goes all the way up. As there is a check there and a checkmate on the back rank, and black can't even play this position to sacrifice the exchange back, as then in the end it will be either the checkmate once again, or white will win a rook with this check. So yeah, this looks very interesting line sacrifice here. After the check, black has to keep the king in the center, right? King d8.
I think so, yeah. So maybe that's even also, and then maybe here white takes on b7, and I don't know, it looks very scary, but maybe white is fine because the king is pretty exposed, and white has all sorts of ideas with perpetuals. Like, let's say black takes on f1, we're going to take with the king, and let's say black goes queen d3. I guess we'll go to g2, and if black takes our bishop, then we have queen b8, queen b7 with a perpetual. But all of this stuff is, of course, very, very difficult to calculate during the game. So we'll see whether Vidit will... Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Benjamin, is this g4 here only move? Because as much as we're looking at this position, I kind of have a feeling that the threat is serious here to take on d4. You cannot make moves like, I don't know, rook c2 to double. It's just not time for it, as those pawns are hanging. Also b4 pawn is hanging. So I kind of have a feeling that g4 here is only move, and Vidit might use more time here to figure out all these threats from Richard. Yeah,
he must realize that this position is absolutely critical, because if he plays a slow move like rook c2, then maybe black can take one of the pawns, or he can just castle, keep all of the threats alive, and white's position can very quickly collapse here. So I'm sure he's calculating it, because we feel like, okay, if the knight has to move back, then white should have something, right? So let's see what he's gonna come up with. Maybe after knight fe7, maybe now to move rook c2, and the threats like
at least the d4 pawn is not hanging after this, and if castle, then
rook a1, but there's still queen b3.
Yeah,
very difficult to figure out what's going on. I think I practically speaking, I would rather be Richard here, especially given the time situation. 15 minutes is really not a lot of time for Vidit, and Rapport still has a comfortable 35 minutes, which you can use to calculate in one or two critical positions. But for Vidit, like, he can spend his time now, but after this, he will be really put to the test.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a critical moment. Look at Vidit's time. According to the digital clock we have here, this is down to 14 minutes. And we have seen the scenario in the same match when Vidit was with black pieces. He totally melt down in the time trouble, and he then actually blundered several things. So he has to make very fast decisions here, and he has to make it now, as the position is still not so easy to be played, and he will need this time for other situations too. For now, it's 18 moves, and they have to make a lot of moves still until the time increments. Shall we take back our bird eye view and check out the other games? I was so curious what was happening in the game of Giri and Harikrishna, as still we can see in Group B that Harikrishna has an advantage on the board.
Right. So let's see. I think we tuned out after the move C4 by Harikrishna. So creating the pass pawn, bishop f5 by Anish. Bishop to c8, nice move, because the bishop wasn't really doing much anymore and white's bishop was pretty active. Anish played the knight back to c3, rook a7. Very nice move by Harikrishna. This is so strange
position, Benjamin. Look at these pieces.
All right,
all
yeah.
of them. And white is so active.
Right, but black is better, apparently.
It's so strange. Chess is so weird. Okay. We always say the activity, passive pieces is the second, and now I think the main factor is a c4 pawn, as it's a long term and it's well guarded by the d5 pawn, and usually the development is a short term advantage or a disadvantage, and they can be improved or exchanged, and that's why here black has better position.
Indeed. So after rook e7, we saw a trade happen on c8, e4 by Anish. Harikrishna took that pawn. I'm a little bit puzzled as to why Anish did not recapture, but maybe black takes and goes c3. And now, what do you do with your bishop on b2? That's a big problem. So instead of that, Anish played rook fe1. He wants to eventually capture back the pawn on e4, but I don't know. I don't like his position here. Black is up a pawn. You still have to capture back the pawn on e4. Maybe what black can do is play a move like rook c7. Because if you take now on e4, black's once again going to take, and then go c3, shut down your bishop. And it looks great for black. So, I mean, if Anish would lose this game, that would really shake up the standings in Pool B.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It can be so tough for Anish to lose at this point, as he was like he was an absolute leader, and he was also showing best game, and so far he was fine his position until he allowed Harikrishna to play this c4 move, and yeah, and she's not a player who makes such a big blunders and the mistakes in the opening, right?
Yeah, no, normally he doesn't do that. Normally he's very solid, extremely difficult to beat. But yeah, he seems to be in a lot of trouble here with the white pieces against Harikrishna. I'm sure that he was hoping to get, a small advantage, maybe press for a little bit.
But you know why this happened to him? You know why this happened to me? You might not believe me, but at the moment when he could take this pawn on f7, he should take this one, accepted this line, and just to play this kind of complicated position.
Yeah, no, I think that would have been the better approach, because as it happened, black got that very strong passer on c4, and what does white really have for it in return, right? I mean, the knight on e5 was active, but it feels like black should have a nice advantage. The pawn on a3 is always a target, and right now the bishop on b2 seems very passive, so it's looking very, very tough for Anish. But so we said that, okay, let's say Harikrishna wins this game, maybe Vychkov can catch up. So perhaps we can have a look at,
we do have sorry Benjamin. Sorry Sorry to interrupt you, because we do have a result already for at one of our boards, one of our main boards, and this is Sam Shankland and Dmitry Andreikin. They made a draw rather early, and this is the first game that ended, which gives another player in the group, Bakr, to join the leaders and be three of them in the last round for the knockout system. So this is quite a tricky situation in the group A. So far, we don't have any clear leader in here.
Yeah, indeed. So yeah, Shankland and Andreikin drew their game. We didn't really see much of their game, but it seemed like the game was always pretty balanced. So yeah, I think we tune out after bishop g5. Black played bishop e6, e3. So white eventually played bishop g3, offered a trade. Black castled, knight e2, c5 by Andreikin. So here, after pawn takes c5, he gets an isolated pawn, but it's only one weakness, and generally it's very difficult for white to ever do anything. Queen d2 was played by Shankland. We saw a trade happen on d2, knight takes c5, bishop c2, rook fc8, f3, rook c7, knight d4, rook ac8. So once again, black has this isolated pawn, but it's really difficult for white to ever do anything against a pawn. Bishop d3 was played by Shankland, bishop a4. And here the players decided to repeat bishop f5 by Shankland, bishop d7, bishop d3 back, bishop a4, bishop f5, and bishop d7. And they drew because of a threefold repetition. So yeah, both of them will stay in the lead. They moved to 3 points out of 5 games. And as you mentioned, that does give HM Bakr the chance to catch up with them in the standings. So maybe we can have a look at that game.
Yeah, let's very quickly jump into the game of Alexander Grishuk and HM Bakr. It is quite complicated. There are too many pieces on the board, and in fact, I believe we have not really checked this game more deeply at the beginning.
Right. So let's have a look. So in this current position, black has more space in the center. The one thing I don't really like for Grishuk is the fact that he has 17 minutes on the clock here for 18 more moves to be made. But Bakr just played the move bishop b3, putting pressure on the pawn on d5. So I feel like he's got to move that rook out of the way. But where do you think he should go?
He can go rook d6 and try to use this file for the rook, like as a trade is d takes e4 next move, and yeah, this rook creates a lot of pressure. So after this move, if white decides to capture d5 and then to try to get this one, black can in fact take it with a knight. Or maybe bishop is better. No, it's bishop is better. Bishop is way better because now the trade is bishop b3 and rook d3. Right?
Right, yeah.
So if takes in here, this is losing.
I guess because of knight takes e5 and bishop takes b3 and rook takes d3. And you hit the queen on b3 and the bishop on d2.
Yeah, that's it. So d6 seems to be the move that black can think of.
Yeah, I like your suggestion, rook d6 a lot. And okay, the question becomes, okay, what should white do, right? Because black can eventually create a lot of pressure along the d file. I mean, I guess if you go knight f5, black just goes rook d7, and all of the same problems remain. I mean, now d takes e4, the pawn at e4 starts hanging. And I guess if we play something like queen e2, what should black do here? I mean, maybe you take an e4, we recapture. Knight f4 is perhaps an option. I don't know.
There is rook d3 here. We can consider this move as one of the candidates' move for black. Knight f4, I like it very, very much. And just in overall, look at these pieces of black being so active. They have the target. Yeah, I'm not really sure about this pawn being pushed so much, as now white rook cannot freely develop as the queen a5. It can be taken.
Yeah, no, generally, I quite like Grishuk's position. All of his pieces seem very active. And yeah, I just wonder why he hasn't played the move Rook D6 yet. Because, okay, his position is good, but he has to try to keep time on the clock for the critical situation that's probably going to arise very soon. So let's
But
see.
Benjamin, this is a personal question to you. What do you think he's spending this time for? Like he spends enormous time for one move. And do you think he goes very deeply into the calculation, like he's calculating a lot of moves in a hand, or why he's thinking so much?
It's a good question, and actually, as we speak, he has played the move Rook E8, which is not. Oh wait! Actually, the players are repeating. So Bishop A4 was played by Crow. Rook I think. Wait, I think Bishop A4 is already a threefold repetition. Like, let's look. So, Bishop C5. So let's see. So Bishop A4 on move 20 is the first one, right? Rook E6, Bishop E3, Rook E8. Bishop A4 move 22, that's the second one. Rook E6, Bishop E3, Rook E8. So here, Bishop A4 would... So HM Crow can claim a draw here. I'm very surprised that Grishuk did not play Rook D6. I think it looked great for him. And also, he's right now in last place in the group. So if he would win this game, he could at least win more prize money, right?
Oh yeah, and trading as well. But Grishuk is totally lost the concentration and everything for this tournament. This is quite unusual to see at this level, that the player is just not really being in his usual shape. This is not even a best shape or a bad shape. It's just he's not really playing here. For instance, I don't believe that he would usually go for this type of repetition in this very position and not to play Rook D6. Not because he has a better position, but he can keep it go and play more. So hard to believe what is in his mind right now, or in heart, because we don't know what he feels right now. It's quite hard time for most of the players right now at this tournament. And there was one suggestion, one comment about my previous question, why he's thinking so much, and there's a suggestion that to annoy the opponents. So what do you think? Is it annoying when your opponent thinks too long?
No. Generally, you're happy when your opponent is spending a lot of time. You see their time tick down, you're like, okay, be my guest, take your time, and then you'll try to punish them later on in the game. But yeah, once again, I'm surprised that Grishuk goes for the repetition. He's generally a real fighter, and a draw doesn't really give him anything here. And once again, also the position looked good. So I would be surprised if a Chen does not just take the draw with Bishop A4, because I think otherwise he's just worse in this position.
Yeah, of course, Tatiana is very happy. Benjamin, while you were talking, something really, really crazy happened in the game of Shurov and Fedoseev. Is this real? Look at this, Fedoseev having winning position. Let's very quickly take a look at that game. Maybe we have another digital board fail here at this point.
I think it was a digital error and it has just been fixed, but let's have a very quick look at where we left off. So we left off after the move Rook AC1 from white. Black played Rook to G8 to defend against that sacrifice. Shurov played Bishop A5, very nice move. He wants to bring the bishop eventually back to C3, or maybe go Queen takes B7. Black played Bishop B5, Rook takes B7, Rook AC8, and here's where the transmission error started. It shows Rook to C2, but I'm sure that instead of that, a trade happened on C8. Black recaptured, and then Bishop C3 was played by Shurov, because that's the position we see on the live board, right? It's showing Rook takes C2, which doesn't make any sense. Rook takes C2, Queen takes rook d8. That also doesn't make any sense. Queen b3, rook c8,
Yeah.
bishop c3.
No.
So this is the position we discussed before. It looks tough for black, because I guess if you go bishop takes c3, we have queen f7, and I don't see how you can defend against a checkmate on h7. White is just winning. And then maybe you have to go like rook takes c3, but after pawn takes, that just looks winning for white, because black's king is still very exposed. White is defending against black's threat, so I don't see what Fedoseev can do here to try to hang on.
Yeah, and the threat is a4 and rook b8 next move, and still win the game. Yeah, so yeah, that's just an error. So we have this position, but it's yeah, we have this position actually.
Yeah, so it looks great for Shirv. I guess he, I think he's just on his way to win this game. And yeah, so let's maybe check in again with the game between Vidit and Rapport, because once again, if Fedoseev loses, that game would be of even greater importance. And so G4 has been played by Vidit, the move that.
Yeah, so far, Benjamin, we do have 2 draws. We have seen a disruption in the game of Bakru and Krishchuk. So it is officially ended in a draw. So in this group, we don't have much of the changes, as Sam, Shankland, and Dimitri Andreikin, they both share the first, second places, and tomorrow will be very, very important match for both of them.
Indeed, yeah, that's going to be a very important matchup in that group to determine the winner in Group A. So let's have a look at the game between Rapport and Vidit. Here we also see the standings. Once again, Rapport and Vidit are in the lead with 2.5 points. It looks like Fedoseev is going to lose to Alexei Shirov, so he will be completely out of contention for group victory. So let's see. After G4, Rapport played knight fe7, and now Vidit plays the move bishop to d2. So I wonder, like, what happens if black? I feel like taking on b4 looks way too risky because of something like queen b5, maybe.
Yeah, or first they concede and then queen b5.
True, but
it might make some changes.
Right, but there's still knight at c6, and keep in mind that this knight on f3 is also hanging in many lines, right?
Yeah, that's the drawback of the move g4.
Right, so maybe black can take the pawn on b4. Can black take the pawn on a4? Like, is that ever an option or not? What do you think?
I think to take on a4 is better, as now white still have these pawns, and I don't really feel so confident with white's pawns. And for me to open up this c file to give these opportunities to white to give a check, or to chase the queen, maybe as the knight is hanging and the queen is a little bit exposed, overload here. I think this gives more chances here to black. And yeah, Vidit has no time, so the moves like queen a4, I think makes, or just not to capture, just to castle here on this side, makes Vidit to think more.
Yeah, no, all that makes a lot of sense. So let's see what Rapport will do. So we discussed both pawn captures. What would happen if black would cancel? Because I guess that move also makes sense.
Castle, yeah, I like this move, although the engine says like, no, it's not good. It's not good. Why is that?
Yeah, I guess here maybe black will get under pressure. Like, let's say we go b5, right? The knight's under attack. We know that jumping in with the knight with knight b4 is extremely risky, and going back to b8 is kind of passive. So I guess castles is not ideal here for Richard. So this game is looking very complicated. I mean, that explains why the players are spending so much time in the opening. So I guess Richard has to take one of those pawns, because castles b5 just looks good for white.
Can we very quickly take a look at the bird eye view and check the other 2 games which are very, very tense right now. This is Group D, where Shakir Mamardir missed a chance to win a game in in like 1 or 2 moves, and now he's still playing, and I can see that Prudke is having a bit of advantage. Shall we take the bird eye view?
Indeed. So let's go to the bird's eye view, and so let's see. So yeah, that we're discussing Pool D, where MVL has a slight lead. Let's try to pull up the game between Alexander Pratke and Shakhyar Mamedyarov.
Right. Let's do this. Just imagine that if Shakhyar misses this game and not wins, draws or loses, and then when he sees this move d5, he would go crazy for sure. He would be very, very mad at himself.
Indeed, he must be kicking himself when he finds out that he had the chance to win the game. But let's have a look at what happened. So we left off after the move Rook f6 on move 22. After Rook f6, White played
Rook f6. G takes f6.
Yeah. So G takes f6, Knight f3 back. Shakhyar took the pawn on d4, Knight takes d4, Queen e5. So he's winning a pawn here. But after bishop takes d4, bishop e3 was played. The position is not easy because Black's king is exposed. Also, White's attacking some pawns on the queen side. b6 was played, which the engine does not seem to like at all. Rook e1 from Pratke. And now the position seems very difficult for Shak, because I guess if you trade on e3, White's going to take with the rook. The queen is under attack. And also, I mean, your king can easily become under a lot of fire. Like Queen f7 is always coming in, and Black's pawns are also very weak. So what do you think he should do after the move Rook e1? Because I don't really see how he can hang on here.
That's a hard decision because, for instance, now the trade is, let's make any random move here. White can try to open up the rook. If you take this rook, there's bishop f6 and a checkmate in 2 moves, Queen f7. If you take a bishop back, for now, White has this move that f2 pawn is hanging, but on the other hand, Rook is now free to access to the 7th rank with the queen, and it will be so scary there to have these 2 heavy pieces on the 7th rank. So because of the king being so exposed, this kind of threats can be real here for Black.
For sure, yeah, the king is very exposed. Also, when the rook lands on e7, it's hitting that pawn on c7. And if White captures that pawn, all of Black's other pawns are weak. So I really like Pratke's position, especially from a practical standpoint. I think it looks really difficult right now for Shakhyar. I think it's not impossible that he might lose the game in the next couple of moves. Because let's say you play a move like Rook e8, right, which looks very natural. White goes bishop takes d4, and you can resign. Because if you take the bishop, there's Rook e8, and you actually get checkmated. And if you take on e1, then bishop takes f6, and you also get checkmated because Queen f7 comes on the next move. So I don't really see what he should do here. It's looking very tough for Black here.
It looks really, really tough in here. And I don't know, is there a move like move like King g7 cannot be serious, and there is a move like this, and winning in 1 move. King cannot go on the light squares, as there will be Queen f7 check.
Right, and as we speak, he has played the move Rook f8, which does not seem to be a good move. Let's try to think why. So what can White do after the move Rook f8? Can White consider a move like f4? Because the queen is under attack, you also want to keep defending that bishop on d4. I guess if you go Queen e4, maybe there's bishop f2. We defend the rook on e1, and the bishop on d4 is under attack. Like if you move the queen, you lose your bishop. So I think White is just winning here. Let's see where else the queen can go. Like the queen can go to c5, but then we have rook c1. And I guess you'll have to give up your queen here for the rook and the bishop, but I doubt that Black can hold there.
So f4 here seems to be really serious threat. Wow, the queen cannot go on e file. Oh, sorry.
No, because I guess if the queen goes to, let's say, e8, we once again have this move bishop f2, which should be winning for white.
Oh, wow. So black has to go to this position with queen versus bishop and the rook, and it's losing. It's losing. Look at this pawn. It's been so weak. White will start to attack, starting with queen f7. It's like attack 3 ways, and yeah, this is simply losing.
Yeah, I think it's simply losing for black. Yeah, queen f7 comes in, and you're losing pawn f6. Everything is hanging, and white will get a bunch of passes on the king side, so he should win. Predke is down in 9 minutes. He has 9 more moves to make until the time control, where he will receive an additional 30 minutes. So let's say whether he can figure it out. But I think if he finds his move f4, he should be on his way to win. And actually, as we speak, Alexei Shirov has defeated Vladimir Fedoseev. Shirov picks up his first win in the tournament. Fedoseev just resigned after the move bishop c3. As we said, there didn't seem to be a defense after the move bishop c3. So yeah.
Really... Benjamin, the most painful for a chess player is to lose against a player who has not won, and you are the only one who lost against that opponent. I had this kind of experience. There was one tournament which I played in the USA. It was very, very tricky tournament for me, as we were playing like 3 rounds or 2 rounds in a day. And I lost one game with a player who scored only 1 point in 9 rounds. And in the end of the round, I was destroyed. I don't know. I was like, okay, what happened? And then suddenly my opponent and her partner appeared in the playing venue, and they were arguing something, and they approached me, and they were like, okay, my girlfriend says that she beat you. I don't trust her. So tell me, did you really lost against her? And I was like, oh my God, it's even worse. It's getting worse and worse. So this feeling what Fedoseev has right now is probably the worst feeling that anyone who can lose today experienced.
Indeed, yeah. Now I'm sure that he wanted to try and beat Alexei Shirov because he was in last place in the group. However, we know how strong of a player Shirov is, and he cannot be underestimated. So yeah, Shirov picks up a nice win here. We'll see what's going to happen in the game between Vidit and Rapport. That game now is absolutely critical for the standings in Pool C. But with all that being said, we are going to be taking a very short break. Do not go anywhere, you guys. Things are heating up at the FIDE Grand Prix in Belgrade. We'll see you guys after the break.
Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Grand Prix 2022. Round 5 is about to be halfway at its finish, and we are now taking a look at the overall boards, and we can see that 4 games are done already, and 4 games are still in progress while we were on a break. Another game has been ended. Anish Giri and Harikrishna ended their game. That's quite a surprise for me, Benjamin, as we were considering that Harikrishna had a slightly better position. Shall we take a look how this game ended?
Yeah, no, it looked great for Harikrishna, but something went wrong. So I think we left off after move Rook Fe1 by Anish on move 24. After which we thought that the move Rook C7 was probably best to anticipate the trade on E4, so he would always have to move C3. But instead of that, he played Knight BD7. This allowed Anish to capture the pawn, and after takes Knight F6, he went Rook E1. Rook C7 was played by Harikrishna. He wants to go pawn to C3. So Anish played Bishop C3 to block. Now Harikrishna took the pawn on A3, but this gave Anish the opportunity to go Bishop A5, hitting the Rook. The Rook has to move, and now Anish could take on C4. So Harikrishna took on E1, Anish recaptured, and after Bishop F8, Harikrishna just offered him a draw. I think Anish was in general very relieved that he did not get into a lot of trouble this game because it looked very bad. So I guess he must be quite happy with the draw, and he keeps his lead. So let's maybe check in with the game between Tabatabai and Vidit. If Vidit wins, he will close the gap to half a point.
Yeah, that's right. So this is the position currently. We have knight on d3 for Vidit, which additionally attacks and targets f2 pawn. And we have seen this rook already here at the very, very beginning, hitting to everything on the f file. It seems to me slightly pleasant here for black, and the black is obviously the one who is pushing. Do you have you? Oh my God, sorry. What would you suggest here from black side to improve this advantage? Ooh,
well, he has just played the move Rook D7. He's hitting the knight. So let's see. I think the position should be more or less balanced, but I feel like it can go either way. Like maybe at some point black can go after the pawn on A4. So let's see. This knight on D3 is always super active, of course. So maybe white should play something like knight HF3, defending the knight on D4. And I don't know. I feel like maybe white can be a little bit better. I mean, this pawn on C5 is a bit cut off from the chain, so it can become a weakness. And also, Tabatabai is up on the clock here. I mean, they still have 5 more moves to go until the time control. So I don't really see Vidit winning this game and narrowing the gap with Anish Giri.
Yeah, all right. I thought at the beginning that the black was the side who was pushing here more. But as the knight from H2, which was really weird for my eyes to have this knight at the very beginning, can come now and have this kind of knight structure. This might change a little bit of the situation. And here, I think black can really go for doubling the rooks, as these rooks will be under attack by knight e6 or knight c6. And then white will also try to activate the knights even more and more. For instance, knight c6, knight e5 will straight attack the pawn on c4 and also knight on d3.
Right. Yeah, so yeah, I guess Tabatabai should be a little bit better here. Let's see what other games we have going on. So let's maybe once again check what has happened in the game between Vidit and Rapport. We should definitely go to that one. So we were discussing the move after 20 bishop to d2. Rapport went for a move that we did not consider at all. He played the very original h5 on move 20.
All right, Benjamin. In this pawn structure, when knight is fighting for a5 square, I have seen very often moves like this. Black is just ignoring the fact that the castle will be a little bit dubious after h5. But as now Black gonna have this knight's possibility to come on f5, they are going in this kind of sacrifices very often in this pawn structure. So we have d takes h5, queen a4.
Right, so pawn takes h5, queen a4, rook a1 and queen c2. Yeah, so now the queen could go to a square like f5. b5 was played by Vidit, knight at d8, rook fc1, queen f5. And Vidit traded on c8, played rook c1, and after knight e7, played rook c7, which looks very logical, but for some reason, the evil bar does not like that move at all. And also, Vidit is down to 2 minutes on the clock for 13 more moves to be made. This was pretty tough.
Right. Shall we take a look at the very natural move, queen h5 here? Like what happens after this move?
So you want to take with the queen on h5?
Probably bishop g5.
Maybe bishop g5, and if the knight goes to, let's say, if the knight goes to f5, we have rook c8, right? So how should, maybe for that reason, Black should take with the rook. So now bishop g5 is out of the question, and bishop b4 can always still be met with something like knight g6, right? And we still defend against all of the threats.
Yeah, and the d8 knight is not hanging from this diagonal, so yeah, bishop b4 should not be really huge of threat here. After rook c7, it's Rapport's move, and he has 11 minutes. Vidit has only 2 minutes for next 13 moves, which is incredible. Vidit is new Grishchuk in this tournament. He's having struggle in most of the games on the clock. That he's like having 1 minute on the at this phase when he's about to make 30 moves.
In the yes. That's looking very tough for not to. And yeah, I don't really see it here for Vidit if Rapport takes the pawn on h5.
Actually, this happened right now. Rook h5, a bishop goes on b4 right away. Vidit is not really losing any time. Let's very quickly take a look at the bird eye view. We have also something interesting happening to the other games too. I can see Predke and Shafir Mamadiro is also heating up as F pawns have been traded. This can change the position very much. Benjamin, shall we take a look at that one as well?
Yeah, let's have a look at that game. So let's see what has happened there. All right, so let's see. So we left off after the move rook f8 by Shakriyar. Wait, so f4 was missed. Instead of that, white played queen to c2. Black played f5, queen takes c7, and f4, creating counterplay on the queen side. Queen e7 and pawn takes g3. White recaptured, but I mean now Black can take an
queen e7. This is a weird move. Like if you take the queen, bishop d4.
Right, that is his idea.
Yeah. And this is a better endgame for white. Because of the pawn structure, white can right away start to attack the pawns. So queen e7 is really tricky approach. Takes, and this is currently the position.
right, I guess black has to take on e7 because the rook is also under attack. Then white takes on d4, and then I guess queen f6 or queen g7. I guess queen g7 because it forces white to take, and then the king already activates a little bit.
I was thinking about this move, Benjamin, as if white takes the 5 pawn now, because the file is open, black can activate the rook and go right away on f2 and pick up b2 pawn. Is that a possibility?
Yeah. Right, but I guess if after black recaptures on e5, we have to move king to g2 to cover f2, and I feel like the endgame is still a little bit unpleasant because the pawn on e5 is so weak.
But I can go rook c8.
Rook c8, but maybe just go king f3 and have rook c2, rook e2, and it's still a bit annoying for white, for black, sorry.
Yeah, okay, yeah, maybe it's unnecessary to go in this line where you can play queen g7, right?
Yeah. So I think queen g7 would be the move there for Shakhriyar to activate the king a little bit. But let's see. I mean, I guess a draw is still the most likely result here. We'll just have to wait and see what is gonna happen. So let's see. If we look at the other boards, there's also the game between MVL and Yu Yangyi. But I guess that one is headed for a draw, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So if those two games ends in a draw in group, it's in favor of French Grandmaster, as he's leading the group with a half point ahead of Mamedyarov and Yu Yangyi with 1 point, and obviously gonna have a better last round tomorrow.
Right. So let's see. I mean, in the current position, I guess this one is going to be a draw. I feel like the best white can get is maybe trading the c and e pawns for the a pawn, but then we have a 3 versus 2 endgame, and that I mean, you can never win that one.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I don't really see anything else besides a draw happening here.
I see one funny line. Let me show. If white goes greedy in the wrong way, this can allow black's pawn to be promoted. And after a rook c4 from here and from the other way, c2 wins the game. This way, as white can not stop the pawn coming forwards. But that's the only way I think to lose this game in here, as you can simply ignore to take this pawn on e4. Look at this rook e4 also falls for rook f2, I believe.
Oh, that's a nice tactic. Yeah, that draws the game on the spot. And if you take with the queen, then black's gonna take and go c3. So MVL has just played the move a4. I feel though, if anyone needs to be careful, it's definitely black, because there's no easy moves. Like you cannot push the c pawn because that hangs your queen. e4 is always weak, and in the meantime, white's going to push this a pawn up the board. So MVL definitely still has chances here, even though it feels like this should be a draw one way or another.
Yeah, that's right. They have made a 28 move now after rook after d8. They still have to make 12 more moves, but both of them are having time issues in here, as Yu Yangyi has 3 minutes only, and MVL has a little bit more than 5 minutes on the clock. And the move rook after d8 threatens queen d1 and queen trade, as rook endgame seems to be safer for black.
Right, yeah. I kind of like this move rook fd8. It's probably going to force more trades, which should eventually lead to a draw, I guess. But we'll see what is going to happen. I don't really see.
Benjamin, we have to go to the game of Vidit and Rapport. Something super crazy is happening there. Let me very quickly also pull the board in here. So at the point we saw bishop b4. This position for the last time, there was knight g6 as we predicted, and Vidit goes with all in and plays b6 hopes to have some sort of like checks with the queen, but there is a queen b1 and pretty much forces white to play queen e1, otherwise this bishop is hanging on b4. And after this move, we do have queen trade, and black just take the pawn on b6, and black has nothing to worry at all in this position, and black has extra 2 pawns.
Yeah, no, it's looking great for Rapport. He's up 2 pawns here. I don't really see what white can do. And yeah, white still has some compensation with the bishop and the knight. Maybe if you can get like knight a3 to b5, but it feels like black should be able to do something in the meantime. I mean, maybe something along the lines of knight c6, bishop d6, and rook h4, hitting the pawn on d4 should be winning for black, I guess. Yeah, I don't really see how Vidit is going to hang on here. Also, he's down to 1 minute on the clock, and he still has 8 more moves to make.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, what a tragic turns of the situation here. Vidit started really nicely, had quite pleasant position at the beginning in the opening, and now we can see that he's not only struggling on the clock, but also his position is not so good, and Richard is not risking too much. I believe he already guaranteed himself at least a draw, but he can also try to go for more and activate the pieces and create some sort of danger. And now he goes with rook h3, hoping to get this rook on the queen side, and then he can start to push the pawns as well.
Indeed, yeah. So rook h3 was played by Richard, which seems to be a bit of an inaccuracy. Maybe this could keep fitted in the game. So let's see. I guess if knight a3, he wants to go rook. Maybe knight c6, hitting the bishop on b4 and the pawn on d4, and white just does not seem to be in time. So maybe Vidit should start with bishop d6 and then follow with knight e3 to b5.
Bishop d6, right?
Right.
Yeah. But this allows black rook to get on the queen side, and then to push the pawn knight. Yeah, quite strange position. The bishop d6 is on the board. He played quite fast. On move on 9 seconds, we can see his time is 39 for now, and he has to blitz all these moves at this point.
Right, he has played the move bishop d6, but yeah, it's looking very, very tough. I mean, he's down 2 pawns. We're struggling to find a combination. So looking tough for Vidit, but maybe we can check back in with any of the other games. So let's see what else we have. So
oh, look at this game in Group D, Vache versus Yu Yangyi. Seems like Yu Yangyi pushed the pawn a little bit forward, and he has pawn already on c3. I would rather be scared of this pawn.
Yeah, once again, it feels like black should be able to draw, but it's not that easy. Okay, so Vache just played the move a5. I guess if black goes rook a8, so white might play a move like queen a2, defending that pawn and pinning the rook on c4. And once again, black still has some problems to solve. Also, there's always back rank issues.
Yeah.
Can black play rook a4, perhaps? Because I'm not too concerned about defending a 3 versus 2 endgame.
True. The game in the same group, Group D, Predke and Shafir Mamadyrov went to the rook endgame, which seems to be drawish, and none of the side really have much of the chances to improve the situation, as there are like really a few pieces on the board. Black has several weaknesses on the 6th rank, but the active rook compensates that weakness. In the game in Group B, Tabatabai and Vidit, we can see on top of that. Seems that they have changed the rooks, and now Vidit is trying to improve the knight's position. And yeah, we have seen the game of Vidit and Rapport. Out of all these 4 games, which are still in progress, the most crucial and critical is Vidit versus Rapport. Itself, the position is a little bit tricky for both players, and also the situation here. The winner gets huge lead for the last round.
Yeah, no, indeed. Yeah, still these games are heating up. We're really approaching the time control. So let's see. Yeah, it looks like Vidit is probably gonna lose. And yeah, if Rapport wins this game, I think he is probably just gonna win the group, because he has white in the last round against Fedoseev or Shirov.
Let's take a look if we have the pairings for the last round that can appear on the screen, and of course we have it. We have it, and here is the pairings in Group C. Last round, Fedoseev plays against Vidit, and Rapport plays against Shirov.
Yeah, so if Rapport wins this game, it's looking very good for him. He would only need a draw against Shirov in the last round. So of course, we can't underestimate Shirov, but Rapport knows how to play solid with the white pieces. So let's see, if Vidit loses this game, it's probably not gonna happen for him. But yeah, so more moves have been made. Knight c6 was played, knight takes b7, rook c3, and knight e3. So let's say Richard grabs the pawn on d4. Now, what is Vidit gonna do? Because there are some other ways.
Can I do something like knight f4 to create a checkmate threat here?
I was thinking about that as well, but I guess after knight f4, there's still a move like h4 to create some space for the king. So that's why I wanted to go knight takes d4 first, because you have then knight f3, and the king really gets checkmated. So let's say let's have a look. So let's say Richard grabs the pawn on d4. Let's say Vidit grabs the pawn on b6. Do we have anything? There should be something.
Let's give some checks.
Oh wait, maybe rook c1, king g2, knight f4, king g3, and rook g1. Because if you take on f4, there's g5 checkmate.
Ooh. Oh, that's painful.
Indeed.
If king goes in here, then it's knight f4, knight f3 checkmate. Oh wow.
Right.
So in fact, knight d4 not only captures the pawn, but also makes creates a mating net. Because after take and knight f1 looks so passive, I believe that it's not even worth it to just hold on this move here. Right. Like knight e2 and knight f4 wins the knight straight away.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So it's looking really tough for Vidit. And knight h4 has just been played by Richard. Okay, he's turning rook to c1. So I guess white has to make a move like king of 1 to try to walk out of it. But
now knight d4 again creates a mating net.
But then
it's a bad move.
Rook b8. I guess that's a draw, right? Because there's no way to walk out of it. Because you go with the king to c6. I always have rook c7.
Right. Yeah. In the variations that we were showing, let's say taking here, this was not working. Let's show to our viewers as king comes now on c6, and after white captures the rook, there's very important knight e2 fork. So this is winning, and in the line we just showed, king f1 is on the board. Yeah, king is already on f1, and there will be no fork. So this pawn now is untouchable.
Right. Yeah, and king of 1 has been played in Vidit's game. Yeah, it's not over just yet. It feels like black should be winning, but he still needs to be extremely careful. So maybe Vidit can still save this game. That would be an absolute miracle. But yeah, I don't know what Richard should do here, but it feels like he's very close to a win here. I mean, also something like knight f3 maybe looks really good. Just capture the.
A knight f3 makes serious sense, and also a rook c1 and knight
pawn,
d4.
35
now
seconds
is a
though.
check.
Yeah.
So yeah, Richard has a 4.5 minutes for now, and you might think that it's not a much of time, but at this position, at this situation, it's quite a luxury to have 4 minutes while Vidit is struggling on seconds. King f1, knight f3 seems to be a move. Rook c1 and then take the d4 seems to be a move. I was also thinking how about to have like move like f6 too, just to have a runaway square there, and then you can do all the bad things to white, right? When the king is free.
Indeed, yeah. Richard, by the way, getting below 4 minutes, so it's also starting to look very tricky for him. But yeah, so let's keep moving around the horn. Let's see what's happening in the other games. We have a lot of moves in the game between MVL and Yu Yangyi. Let's have a look at what happened there. So we left off after the move a5 from white on move 31. So black played rook dc8, rook d1, queen c5, rook takes c4, take c2, rook c1, h6, a6, and rook c7. So I think it's quite likely that one way or another this is going to lead to a 3 versus 2 either queen or rook endgame. Like white can play a7, for example. Let's say we take with the queen, white's going to take with the rook on c2. But I don't really see white winning this endgame after the trade. Like I think this just got to be a draw.
Right.
So if a7, queen takes a7, rook takes c2, and trade, that I think that's got to be a draw.
We have a move, and that's a g3. In fact, it goes with g3.
G3 played by MVL. So let's see what Yu Yangyi is gonna do. Maybe a move like queen c6, try to force. I think MVL has to try one way or another to keep both the queens and the rooks on the board. Because if he also a rook endgame is just a dead draw, and queen c6 has been played.
Yeah, if takes a7, just get this pawn, and this is just impossible to win. Compared to the positions 4 versus 3, it can be a little bit more tricky, but this one is quite peaceful and easy to hold with black. After queen c6 here, MVL has to make a decision. He can play queen d3 to guard the pawn and keep the eye on c2 pawn, but this seems to be quite unnecessary to continue, I think, the game, because I'm sure he knows what happens in the other game in the group, Fredke and Mamadiro. It seems that it is not much happening there. And if one side can claim that there is still something interesting going on there, it should be for sure white, who has more active king, and black has more weaknesses in the position. And we know that Shakriar is the one who tries to catch up and will at this situation.
Right. So yeah, let's see. I mean, I guess MPL is just going to keep his half-point lead, because it looks like the game between MVL's game and the other game between Predke and Shakriar is just going to end in a draw.
Yeah,
so
he just played queen d3. He doesn't agree with with that.
Right.
He played, but yeah, Yu Yangyi chases the queen now. He plays queen c4, and yeah, at this point seems like he has to trade. There's queen d6 still possibility for MVL. He can play that.
Right. So maybe we should keep our attention on the game between Vidit and Richard, because that really seems to be the most exciting game. So after king f1, rook to b3 was played by Rapport, and knight c2 was Vidit's response. Rook to b2 and knight a3. So I guess one way or another he wants to get the knight involved, but I don't see how he could ever do it, maybe Richard just plays a move like knight f5 or knight f3 and starts picking off pawns, because now the knight on a3 is also completely misplaced. Knight f5 by Richard. I mean, how are you going to defend the pawn on d4, right?
True. Yeah, and also you can just get rid of the bishop here and then try to chase the knight. For instance, take on d6, pawn takes on d6, knight d4, and now rook b3 is a threat to get the knight and force the white rook to be in defense. 15 seconds for Vidit. He has to make a move. I don't really see any move here. Rook is sort of trapped in here. Bishop can't go anywhere, and the pawn is hanging, and the knight is just outside of the board. He goes bishop c5.
Yeah, he goes bishop c5, but it doesn't seem to do much. What happens if we would just take the pawn on d4 with, let's say, the f knight, right? Because my knight on c6 is always defending everything. I don't really want to move that one. I mean, what is white ever going to do here?
I think his idea here is to take the pawn on b6.
Right, he can take on b6, but let's say we take and we go knight f3. I mean, in the current position, black is only up 1 pawn. I thought 2 for some reason, but he is going to be up 2. That should be winning. I mean, there's still some technique required, but I would really be surprised. And knight f6 d4 has just been played by Richard. I think Vidit is just going to lose this game. This got to be winning for Richard.
They have to make one last move. Rook b6 now can be moved 40 by Vidit, but yeah, clearly he will not be very satisfied after the increment when he will sit and realizes that it's not so good position. He goes h4 just to get the time increment. He wants still to keep the rook on the board. That's actually a very good practical decision to play h4 and keep the rook, because if you go to the end game, you clearly know that you have to suffer so long, and the outcome will be still the same. And when you play h4, you just get your time increment, and then you can figure out if you want to take this pawn next move or not. So yeah, very practical decision by Vidit.
That's h4. So let's see what Richard is going to do here. Lots of moves look good. Maybe something like knight f3, hitting the pawn on h4 and the pawn on e5. It's got to be okay. He goes knight f5, also good move.
How about rook c7? Pawn takes
maybe just knight e5.
And yeah,
right, or knight e5. Yeah. So maybe h5 for Vidit to try to do something, but still. The knight on f5 now also guards a lot of squares, so maybe we can just go knight takes e5 and see what white can ever do.
Yep. At this point, they both reached 40 moves, so it means that they got the increment. This is according to the regulations that we do have this time control. After 30 minutes, they're getting 30 minutes increment, and yeah, obviously Vidit would hoped to have better position in the increment, because I think after Richard gets his 30 minutes on the clock, it will be even harder for Vidit to handle the position.
Right.
Benjamin,
so
another game. Shall we bring the bird eye view back and check the other game? MVL and Yu Yangyi seems to hit to take those pawns and the rooks as well, and they went to queen end game. Do you think there is any practical chance to try to win in that position?
Right, so let's have a look at that game. Let's see what's happening there. Right, so yeah, so if we go to MVL's game, let's see what has happened. So queen c6 was played by Yu Yangyi, queen d3, queen c4, queen d2 by MVL. Tricky move, you cannot take the pawn on a6 because of queen d8 and you lose the rook. So instead of that, Yu Yangyi played king h7. Although this should be fine, king h2. Now he took on a6, white captured the pawn on c2, takes, and king h8. And I think this one's just headed for a draw because there's not much you can do. He goes h4. You can push up the board a little bit, but eventually, if you want to keep expanding your position, you're going to run into a perpetual. So this one has got to be a draw, the game between MVL and Yu Yangyi.
Yeah, h4 has been played. This is move 43. And we can take a look at the last game for now. Actually, one of the last games. So this one currently we have move 41. They have already got their increment, and let's take a look what happens here.
Yeah, indeed. So let's see. We also still have the game between this game between Tabatabai and Fichugov, which indeed seems to just be headed for a draw. White's have a pawn, but the pawns on c4 and a4 are always extremely weak. I guess White is going to have to give back one of those pawns sooner or later. I guess the time situation is off here, right? It's showing that Tabatabai has 2.5 minutes, but that's probably the time he had when he reached a time control. So it's probably like 32 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess like should be able to hold
I'm
here
really mentioned this very, very much before this. Starting from the opening, and maybe I'm too obsessed with the knight on h2, but if Tabatabai can still hold a position equal without a knight in whole game, then he truly deserves a lot of nice words from us. Because Benjamin, he's playing without a knight. This knight was supporting, of course, another knight, but just imagine if the knight is only 3 or d5 is a difference, or on f4 anywhere else. But just because the knight is so far and locked there, cannot really go away. It makes me feel that Vidugov is playing, Tabatabai is playing all this game without the knight on, and which is in the edge of the board.
Indeed, the knight is a little bit off. It would need 1 or 2 moves to come back, and that gives Fichugov enough time to collect one of the pawns. So let's see. So this one seems to be headed for a draw. Maybe we can bring up the bird's eye view, see what's happening in the other games. Perhaps we can have a quick look at the game between Predke and Mamedyarov, although I guess that one seems to be headed for a draw as well. I mean, both sides have 4 pawns. I mean, I don't really see anything happening here.
Yeah, it's so hard to find here any idea how to improve the position, because if you get your active on the back ring and start to annoy Black's pawns on the king side, then you have to give up your queen side pawns, and Black will also have to connect it past one. On the other hand, White's king is very active in the center, and White is not really afraid of pawn pushes there, because king can get on d4, block that one, and it's just a simple position. So there lack of the plans here from both sides, and it's move 43 already.
Indeed, they have reached time control, so now players get to think a little more. But yeah, I guess White's got to play someone like b3 to defend the pawn. I would still slightly prefer Black, as Black can create an outside passer. It's definitely more pleasant to play. But yeah, with all that being said,
here, Benjamin, a4. If you take this, I will go right away and try to get this pawn, and then to get this pawn as well. If you give me, and if you play b4, then this is sort of something that Black can start to hit. Here, and I don't know, to annoy White.
Indeed, yeah, I guess that makes a lot of sense. So maybe b4 is the move, but it's probably still a draw. I guess Shankland still has to play a little bit more accurately, because White can create an outside passer on the king side. But yeah, with all that being said and done, we've reached the time control. The players get more time to think now, which means that we will be taking another very short break. Do not go anywhere, you guys. We will be right back with more action from the FIDE Grand Prix in Belgrade. We'll see you guys after the break. the Bullet Chess Championship is back with exciting new twists. Now a double elimination tournament. The event features 16 players like Hikaru Nakamura, Dejan Neraditsky, Fabiana Caruana, and many others race for the crown and their share of the $100,000 prize fund. Catch the main event of the Bullet Chess Championship starting March 3rd right here on chess.com. All right, so Caddy, while we were taking a short break, what has happened in the meantime in games?
Meantime, in Group D, Amriel is trying to trade the queens. He's chasing Black's queen, and obviously Yu Yangyi doesn't even want to calculate what happens in the opponent game. I believe even opponent game seems drawish. Another game in the same group, Predke versus Shahir. We have a little bit of updates here. Shahir decided to push the one weak pawn from h6 to h5 to get rid of it. So that's the situation. And I think the most interesting still is Vidit versus Rapport, and also Tabatabai and Vidit gets very interesting as Black captured the pawn on c4 and the knights get really active on the queen side. However, all white pieces now get the out of the light of the sun and are very active, so they keep the position. Which game would you like to check first?
Let's perhaps have a quick look at the game between Vidit and Rapport. I mean, all the other games look pretty drawish, and this one seems to be headed for a win for Rapport. All right, so let's see what has happened. So I think we reached the time control after Black played the move knight f5 and move 40. Vidit felt like, okay, trading down into trading the rooks down would be hopeless, so he went bishop to d6. Now Rapport played rook b3, hitting the knight to c2, d4. He started pushing the d pawn on the board, king to e1, knight takes h4, grabbing another pawn. Rapport is actually up 3 pawns right now. Vidit played f4, and Black can actually grab another pawn with knight at g2. I don't know if that's the best move, but hey, why not, right?
Why not? 4 pawns, it's already more than equals more than piece. Do you think there might be some sort of like moves like rook c7 maybe to hit this pawn and the pawn on d4? So here Richard goes for knight f3. He keeps the d4 pawn under the guard, and now if king e2 then d3 loses the game. If king f2, I believe that d3 still seems to be the move to be played, as for instance knight a1 can be met by d2. So yeah, king f2 is on the board, and Richard now has all the time to calculate all the moves, but to me d3 looks straightforward move.
Yeah, d3 looks like a good move for Rapport. I mean, I guess Vidit has to go with the knight e3. Then what if we go d2, right? Because we threaten rook takes e3. So I guess white has to play knight to d1. And here, the move that comes to mind is the move rook b1 to hit the knight. But white still has king takes f3. And after rook takes d1, king e2. And it's not over just yet. But what Richard can do after knight to d1 is to play the move knight f to d4. Because these knights now defend everything. This knight on c6 does a perfect job of covering all the key squares around the king. And this knight on d4 is covering the e2 square. So Black is going to go rook b1 on the next move. And there's simply nothing white can do. Like, he cannot bring the king closer to the pawn. So this just looks like it's just over.
Yeah, true. Oh, look at this. Look at this. He goes for knight e5. He wants to get another pawn. And his idea is to get c2 knight right after f takes e5. But Engine is not so sure, and gives some little bit of hope to white here.
Yeah, I mean, knight takes e5. I mean, I guess white has to take with the pawn and rook b2. And I mean, it still looks completely winning for Richard, but the other line that we just showed looked much more dominant, right? I mean, there it felt like we were just going to pick up the knight and still keep these 2 knights on the board, which should sooner or later collect all of white's pawns. So let's see, after knight takes e5, white can take with the bishop or with the pawn. Like, let's say we take with the pawn, right? I guess we go rook to b2. We have to try to get back the knight. White goes king e1, for example. We take on c2. Maybe rook takes b6, and Black has up a bunch of pawns, but he still has to convert this one.
Yeah, right. I think your f6 is the best option here for Black to get rid of the last of White's pawn, and then to start to push the pawn and activate the king all the way to d5, and then just to start pushing the pawns forward. We do have some of the updates, and after knight e5, f takes c5, bishop, rook on b2, attacking knight on c2, White played king f3, rook takes the knight, rook takes the pawn, and this is now our position.
Yeah, so Rapport up 3 pawns. Let's see how he will try to convert this one. But I mean, in my mind, there's no doubt that he will win here. Let's see. I mean, there's still some work to be done. The bishop is still kind of annoying on d6, right? It kind of holds down the king on e8. You also have a passed g pawn, but it's not that easy to push that off the board because White's king can stop that. So
I think
I don't
f6
know.
still makes sense here for me, as the threat is to take the pawn. If you take, that's fine. I want to play e5, and just like in the other line I showed, Black can activate the king.
Right, so I guess White will trade on f6 and then go rook to b7, maybe to cut off the king. I mean, Black should be winning there, but once again, the king is cut off on e8, so it's not over just yet. So let's see what Rapport
What happens
will do.
with the move, like straightforward move d3 here? If king e3,
So let's say we go, oh, king e3, maybe 95, because that makes it a lot easier.
95?
Yeah, after king e3. Oh no, wait, sorry. Oh, wait, I thought you meant d3 in the current position after rook takes b6.
Okay.
There's a nice tactic. So d3, king e3, and then 95. Pretty much wins right away.
Oh wow.
Right, because this
3 pawns, that's too much.
Indeed, yeah, and here the position is a lot more simplified. Black can easily push up the board. So let's see. After d3, does Vidit have another way to defend? Well, it's difficult to make a move in the first place, right? Like, let's say you go rook b7. Now we can go rook e2, right? Because our knight's no longer under attack. We hit the pawn on e5, and this should be winning for it. So I really like d3, the move that you suggested.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It goes rook c3.
This one looks very nice. Rook c3 check.
Okay, so where should the king go is the big question. Okay, so what happens if the king goes to f4, for example?
Benjamin, if king goes on e4, then I think g5 here creates a mating net, and yeah, checkmate is simply impossible to avoid. So king f4 seems to be the move here.
Yeah, that's a very nice point. So yeah, I guess the king has to go to f4. Then let's see how we will follow up. I mean, we can play, I mean, okay, so king f4 has been played by Vidit. Maybe something along the lines of rook c1. Try to get
to start checks, right? And take the last one.
Yeah, so it feels like Richard should be winning here, but still some work to be done. All of the other games are still in progress, right?
Their games are still in progress. Let's take a look back our bird eye view and check out what happens to the other games. I see that MVM is pushing now with the pawns, and he got more space advantage. But still, the position is I can actually bring it here. But the position is extremely drawish here, and even queen trade should be fine.
Right, yeah. But instead of that, Yu Yangyi gives a check with queen to c7. Yeah, here the thing is you can just give a lot of checks with black. White can play something like king h3, and there's no more checks, which is actually what he just played. but maybe something along the lines of I think you just have to try to control the g5 push. Not let white push up the board too easily, and then you should be completely fine. So something like queen c2, right? Make sure white cannot play g5. White can give a check.
Moves like queen d7 seems like to be a blunder, as it blunders through the queen trade. But as the king is so far and white's king, black's king is just 2 moves away to capture this pawn, seems to be okay. So even queen d7 is just fine move.
Yeah, I guess queen d7 indeed is fine as well. So let's see what he will come up with. I guess this one is going to be a draw. MVL is going to keep trying for a while, but he knows that objectively he cannot win this position. All right, so let's keep moving around the horn. So we also have the game between Predke and Mamedyarov that's still in progress, but I guess this one is headed for a draw as well. We have a rook end game, now 3 pawns versus 3. I would think white is still a tiny bit better because he has the outside passer, but I kind of like black's rook on b5 because it's stopping the king from stepping forward. It's also pinning this rook on d3 to the defense of the pawn on b3. So don't see how white could ever make progress. So the losers with the last game between Tabatabai and Vijagov. What do you think of that game?
Let's go in that game. I was just thinking of this game that where Shakir first missed a tactic, very easy tactic, and then Predke also missed a very easy target. What do you think, Benjamin? Like, is that the reason because of like really high tense of this situation, or it's just like they have already played so many games and they are maybe tired at some point?
Yeah, I mean, of course, the players are getting tired. There's a lot of tension. I mean, the stakes are pretty high, and that's sometimes when mistakes happen. So yeah, in the current position, we see that both sides have a rook, 2 knights, and 4 pawns. I guess this one should be headed for a draw. Right, I don't really see what either player can do. So I expect that this one is just going to end in a draw.
Yeah, seems like. But we have still 4 knights on the board, can still have some tricky lines. For instance, if black goes for knight b2 to attack this pawn, white king gets the rook in on the 7th rank and starts to get another knights around. So yeah. Oh, there's a beautiful line. Can I show you this? Like knight b2, rook d7, knight a4, and white can sacrifice a piece, and after knight f6, it is at least a draw. If you go in the edge of the board, you will be checkmated, or if you go on f8, this is a well-known trap that white can make this moves and make a draw.
Indeed, but actually, if black goes knight to b2, white has the move rook b5, hitting the knight on b3, and if the knight moves, the knight on b2 would be hanging. So I think that would be a mistake. So let's see what else black could do. Black could play knight c5 maybe, but I guess white's just gonna trade, and maybe a rook takes for black. I don't know. I feel like maybe if someone is better, it's maybe black, because he can create the outside passer on the queen side. I don't really see white creating anything too dangerous yet on the king side. So I think Tabatabai still has to be slightly more careful here to make the draw.
True. Knight c5 has been played, and now I think we're gonna see something like rook knight trade, rook trade, knight e3 seems to be okay, because if you take this knight, that can be quite crucial for black, as king has a fastest access to on the queen side. And yeah, this endgame is not so good for black. If you go for b2 pawn, then white can wait a bit, right? King e2. If you take this pawn, then knight c4 comes and gets this one. If you push c4 instead, then king d2, and king is also getting approaching to c3 and getting the c4 pawn. So We have knight c5. I believe we might see this kind of continuation in here.
Yeah, I think that's quite likely that will happen. And yeah, you pointed out a nice line. I think if black keeps the c pawn, it should be quite a comfortable draw for white. If black keeps the a pawn, then it will be quite tricky, right? Because the a pawn is really far away, and that will really distract the white pieces from the king side. But with the c pawn, it should always just be an easy draw. So let's see what Vichigov will do. He could also decide to take with the b pawn, but I guess white should be holding there one way or another as well, right?
Yeah, and the same. If you take c4, king is on time, right? Yeah, the king is in time.
Right, and there actually black might have to be a bit careful because the pawn on a5 is hanging. King e2, c3, king e1.
So after knight e3, black should keep the knight on the board. Maybe go to knight b6 to attack the rook and the a4 pawn.
Right, and knight b6 is an option there, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. And knight c4 here once again.
Right, yeah, one way or another, we will get our pawn back, and it should just be a draw. So as we speak, by the way, Vichigov has recaptured with a rook on c5. So let's see, I guess. I mean, white doesn't even have to trade the rooks, right? I mean, maybe I can also give a check on d8, and that should probably also be fine.
Yeah, true. Check, and then bring the king probably in the center.
Yeah, that looks fine as well for white.
Yeah, I can see that in the game of Vidit and Rapport, the final white pawn has been traded, and black has 3 extra pawns. Yeah, meanwhile, the game between Maxim Pashalygrov and Yu Yangyi ended in a draw. We just got this result right now.
Oh, wait.
Take a look at the final position, maybe.
Okay, yeah, let's have a look. All right, so they just agreed to... so I guess, yeah, so queen e7 was played by black. Once again, we discussed that if white trades the queens, it's a draw. So queen f3 was played by MVL, queen to indeed trading king f8. So queen f3 was played by MVL, and then Yu Yangyi played queen e2, a very nice defensive move because it stops pawn at g5. White cannot push up the board. If you ever, right now the king on h3 cannot be checked, but if you move any of your pieces, then it will be checked and you cannot get out of it. So MVL probably realized like, okay, there's nothing I can do. So he just offered a draw, which was accepted. So MVL, unless a miracle happens in the game between Mamacharov and Pratka, keeps his half-point lead going into the final round of the Grand Prix in Pool D. Do you have any idea who he's going to play tomorrow?
I don't really believe any miracles in this position, to be honest, Benjamin.
Right, and we were just discussing it. Let's have a look. So tomorrow, Shankland and Mamacharov.
For the last round, Mamacharov and MVL goes plays against each other in their last round, and it's going to be very, very personal matchup between these two players.
Yeah, no, that game is going to be an absolute thriller. Mamacharov, it looks like this game is going to end in a draw, so he's in a must-win situation against MVL. It will be very important for both players' Grand Prix standings, because as we know, if you make it to the semifinals, you have chance of making it all the way through, picking up those 13 points. But if you lose, you only pick up 4 points, and that is not going to be enough to qualify for the candidates tournament. So I'm sure that Shankland will try to go all out and beat MVL with the white pieces tomorrow.
It's going to be very interesting match, and Shankland will be in must-win situation if he is going to end this game in a draw. But look at the time of Pratka. He has 1 minute and 30 seconds. Even the position seems to be deadly equal. I'm starting to worry about his time situation.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have a whole lot of time on the clock, but there's nothing really that can happen here. So let's see. Shankland just played the move rook takes h5. White could take the pawn on d6, but then he is going to take on h4, I guess. And let's say the white king moves up to e5, for example. I guess what he maybe wants to do is... wait, so let's think. Can he go... How does black? Maybe just
A4.
b5 or a4. I was thinking about a4 as well.
A4. If you take, I take, it's a draw right away. You can handshake.
Right.
If you play b4, then rook a3, and this. If you take b6, I take a3, and the king is farther, but not so far from the action. And next you can play rook b3 and start to push the pawns.
Indeed, yeah, that should just be a draw.
Yeah, Predke
So
goes for king g4. Actually, this is like safest. And as he has seconds on the clock, he doesn't really need to calculate anything. And yeah, they are making now moves really fast.
Right, so rook f3 check has just been played by Predke. So now Shankland has to decide. I think it'd be a bad decision to go to the e file, because then white's going to push the pawn on the board and suddenly your king is cut off. That looks extremely dangerous. So I think you have to go to g6 or g7. Both of those moves look fine.
Yeah, both most look fine. After rook d4, just king back on f7, and yeah, that's it.
Right, so he goes king to g6. So let's see what Predke is going to do here. I think rook d3, king f7 would already be a threefold repetition, if I'm not mistaken. Because if we go back a couple moves, on move 48, after rook d3, black played king f7, so that'd be 1. Then king f4.
The game between Vidit and Rapport ended, and Vidit just decided to resign as he's losing in the rook or a bishop right now. That's very interesting. Final position. Let's take a look at that very quickly.
Yeah, so a nice little finesse by Rapport there at the end. So we left off after king f4, f6 was played by Rapport. They traded the pawns on f6, rook b7, rook c4, bishop a3, rook a4, pushing the bishop back to a passive square, rook a7. Rapport is happy to trade. Vidit wanted to keep the rooks on the board, so rook b6, king e7, king e4, but now f5 came, and now the pawns start pushing up the board. King to d3, e5, king c4, king d6, bishop d2, k2 hitting the bishop, bishop e4, king c7. Now this rook on b6 is suddenly a little trapped. Bishop c5 by Vidit, but now came rook to c2, rook to c2 check, and after king to d5, knight e7, and Vidit resigned, because if you take the knight on e7, black is going to take your rook on b6, and it's all over. And if you move the king anywhere, let's say you take the pawn on e5, black takes on c5 with a check, and you also lose your rook. So it's just all over. So Richard Rapport picks up a huge win in Group C and takes a full point lead going into the final round.
It's a full point for him for the final round, and he faces Sheriff with white pieces for the last round, and draw means that he secures himself to get out from the knockout system and to go to the next phase and just wait for his opponent to fight in the tie breaks, right? Yeah, that's truly a very good situation for Richard Rapport, Grandmaster from Hungary, and here we have last 2 games in progress. Those 2 games we consider to be quite drawish, especially the one in the group D, Predke against Mamdira, although Predke has a bit of time issue in that game, and the other game, Tabatabai and Vidit, they still have some positions that can be a little bit tricky. I'm surprised that Tabatabai did not capture the rook on c5 and played knight d3, but yeah, also this position seems to be quite okay for white.
I'm slightly surprised by that as well. And as we speak, the standings are being updated. So let's have a quick look. So I think Group A is already done for today. We see that Dmitry Andreikin and Sam Shankland are leading going into the final round. Andreikin is playing Bakro with the white pieces tomorrow. So that's a good pairing for him, playing the lowest seed in the group with the white pieces. If he wins that game, he has very good chances to qualify. And Sam Shankland plays with black against Alexander Grishuk. So not an easy pairing for Sam going into the final round. And if we have a look at Group B, Anish Giri is currently leading by 1.5 points. So let's see how much closer Vichigov will get. If he wins, he will close the gap down to half a point. And if it's a draw, he will be a full point behind. Vichigov is playing Anish Giri with the white pieces tomorrow. So that's his chance to try to catch up. And Katie, what are the standings in Group C?
In Group C, the game has been just ended, and Richard Rapport takes a lead with a 1 point, and then tomorrow he plays against Alexei Shirov with white pieces, and is really in a good situation. For sure, better than Vidit after this painful lose, and he actually scored 2 points. Richard scored 2 points against Vidit in the group, and we do remember Vidit being 2 out of 2 and the leader of the group. But yeah, something went wrong for him. And in Group D, we do have MVL leading the group for now 1.5 points, but the game between Predke and Mamdirov is still happening, and in case of a draw, Yu Yangyi and Mamdirov will be just a half point behind MVL. And tomorrow match will be very important for MVL and Mamdirov. I think Yu Yangyi has no chance to qualify to the next stage, as even if MVL wins, it means he can go to the playoffs.
Right. Yeah. Imagine, like for example, let's say Mamedyarov. Actually, but so Mamedyarov is probably going to draw this game, right?
Mm-hmm.
So imagine Mamedyarov wins, and Yu Yangyi wins. They will play a tiebreak.
Playoff. They both gonna have 3.5, and yeah, that's gonna be a playoff. And so how many shall we bring back our curse table and check out if we're gonna have any kind of tie breaks, playoffs after the knockouts stage?
Right. So let's have a look. I think it's quite like, I mean, there's a high chance of a playoff in Group A. Let's say Andreikin beats Bakro and Shankland beats Grishuk, will have a playoff. But also if they have, if we see 2 draws there could also be a tiebreak if Bakro beats Andreikin and Shankland draws with Grishuk. Then Shankland and Bakro tie for group victory. In Group B, the only way there could be a tiebreak, I mean, let's say Vichugov draws, is if Vichugov beats Anish Giri, and in Group C, Rapport will have to lose and Vidit will have to win. And in Group D, all sorts of scenarios are possible. I mean, let's say Mamedyarov beats MVL and Yu Yangyi beats Predke. We'll see a tiebreak between Mamedyarov and Yu Yangyi. If that game between MVL and Mamedyarov ends in a draw and Yu Yangyi wins, then MVL and Yu Yangyi will play the tiebreak.
Yeah, and tiebreak means that we're gonna have additional day where players gonna play now with a shortened time on the clock, and they're gonna start with 2 rapid games, and the winner will get to the knockout system, get out from the knockout system and goes forward. If it's a tie 1-1, then we're gonna have a blitz, 2 blitz games. So quite interesting if we're gonna have 4 of playoffs or not. At least so we are very close to see 1 playoff in the Group B. That's the closest, as we still don't know the leaders in the group. And for now, you can see Predke against Mamdirov. Predke is capturing the pawn on d6 next move, and will give up b3 pawn. Next will be a3 pawn. But on the other hand, Predke will take b6 pawn, and with the edge pawns both on the side, this is a draw. And as we were talking, the game has been ended in a draw after rook e6. Probably draw for happened, and yeah, Mamdirov accepted it. Benjamin, how do you offer a draw? Because when I played my first tournament abroad, it was quite challenging, and the coach told us how to offer a draw, as it was not easy to communicate verbally, because it was a world championship, kids around the world talking different languages. And the coach said that I have to offer like this.
Oh yeah, like you cross your fingers. Yeah. That's generally the sign for a draw. I think they told me like maybe you say something like draw and then you do this to make it more clear. But there are actually official rules about offering draws, which stipulate that if you want to offer a draw, what you have to do is you make a move, and before you press your clock, you say, "I offer a draw." What you don't want to do is make a move, and when your opponent is thinking, suddenly you say like, "I offer a draw," because then you're distracting your opponent, and your opponent could actually make a claim to the arbiter, and you could get the opponent could get like 2 extra minutes on the clock.
Yeah. So very important to know the rules, even how to offer a draw or how to claim a draw. So the game has been ended, and we do have another draw here. Almost all the games down, 7 games down, 1 in progress, and we have so far 4 draws and 2 decisive results. Another draw, 5 draws and 2 decisive results. Another drawish end game still is in progress. However, there are still pieces on the board, and anything can happen.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this one is going to end in a draw. If we have a look here at the bird's eye view, we see that we had 2 decisive games today. Alexis Shirov beat Vladimir Fedoseev with the white piece. It looked like Fedoseev had a good game out of the opening, but then he went all out in this attack, which just did not seem to be working. And Shirov found some great moves and actually went for a counterattack that won him the game. And also, Richard Rapport won a crucial game in Group C against Vidit Gujarati, and Richard's probably just going to win the group and move on to the semifinals. So that should be really good for Richard's chances to qualify for the candidates. We know that he made it to the semifinals in the first leg. Now he's going to probably pick up at least seven points as well. I doubt that just making it to the semifinals twice is going to be enough. I guess he'll have to pick up some more points.
He needs to pick up some more points because then, for instance, Hikaru already has 13 points, and Aronian has 10 points. So for them, they just need to grab, I don't know, several more points to be ahead of everyone. So yeah, that would be quite tough for Richard. So he really needs to win the event, or even to get to be a runner-up. It's gonna be like 10 points for him, and with 17 points he can hope for best.
Indeed, yeah, I think if Richard wins this event, I'm pretty sure that he probably qualifies. Him in 20 points seems like quite a lot. If he comes in second with 17, he also has pretty good chances, but he will still have to wait until the last leg is over. It's going to be an absolute nail biter for him to watch that one as the action unfolds in Berlin. But we have one more game going on, which is the game between Tabatabai and Nikita Vichigov. Vichigov is currently 1.5 points behind Anish Giri, so if he wins this one, he narrows the gap down 0.5 point, which is kind of the result he needs, right? I mean, going into the final round, although he does have that final game against Anish, it's going to be a must-win game regardless. The only difference will be that, let's say he wins this one, if he wins tomorrow, he wins the group right away. But if he draws and then wins tomorrow, there's going to be a tiebreak with Anish.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm sure that just players don't mind to have the last must-win situation when he is facing the opponent of Anish Giri, who was leader of the group from the very beginning, starting with 2 out of 2. So Vidikov would be really, really happy to have that chance to fight the last game versus Anish. But for now, seems like the game is still in progress, and yeah, Vidikov is trying its best. The pawn on b6 is guarded. However, now knight b2 is impossible, as knight e5 is a fork. For instance, knight b2 to get this pawn, knight e5 loses a rook. So black's idea probably is to push h5 first to kick the knight at the very passive position, and then try to get this pawn.
Right, yeah, I would think that maybe black still has some minor chances to try to get a win here. It should probably be a draw. Both players are also getting kind of low on the clock. Vichigov has 7.5 minutes. Tabatabai has 12.5. But yeah, it looked like at some point Anish might just be running away with the group, but Vichigov still has a chance. But I mean, it's going to be really difficult because Anish Giri is probably one of the best, or maybe the best prepared player in the world. His preparation is just so solid. I mean, with Black, it seems that he knows everything, and it's just so difficult to beat him. So Vichikov will have quite a difficult task, regardless of what happens in this game. But I guess, I mean, if he wins this game, they'll put more pressure on Anish in the sense that, like, let's say this game ends in a draw, then Anish knows, okay, even if he loses, there's still the tiebreak. But let's say Vichikov wins this one, then it's going to be all or nothing tomorrow for both players.
Yeah, that's true. I've received a video from Belgrade when Anish and Harikrishna were analyzing the game, and they were at the point when I was showing you Knight of 7, and I was so wondering if they were making this move, this sacrifice, but in fact they were considering to play Bishop F5 right before C4 instead of Knight E2. So they were considering Bishop F5 to be the strongest continuation from Anish.
Right. Yeah. It's nice to see that the players are. Wait, did they just discuss, or did they analyze over the board?
They were analyzing on the board. We can actually bring it right now. As if someone just joined, might wonder what we're talking about. So as we have some time, yeah, this is the game. After the game, they were just there's an area for analysis, and yeah, they were looking at this point to play Bishop F5. I think B takes C5, B takes C5, and Bishop B5 is what Anish was referring. And it's just very short video. I don't really see what happened afterwards. So yeah,
right.
So
Yeah,
I don't know what's changed. Like C4 is possible here, and probably now E4.
Well, the difference is that Anish played 92, and then Harikrishna played C4, right? So he felt like, okay, if he needs to play Bishop F5 anyway, he should probably do so right away, because the knight on E2 is kind of misplaced, right? He put the knight back on C3 on the very next move, because the knight on C3 supports the E4 push. It also puts pressure on the pawn on D5. So after Bishop F5, this sort of passes Black the move, and it's not easy what Black should do, right? I mean, C4, we know there's E4, and yeah, and but what happened in the game gave Black a great position.
Yeah,
but
is there a move like G6 here, or this will not change too much? G6?
Maybe, but maybe we have like Bishop takes G6 and pawn takes D5. It looks quite risky.
Oh, yeah. This looks nice. And the Black pieces are still not well developed, while all White pieces seems to be very strong.
Indeed. Right, so it's nice to hear that the players are still analyzing from time to time after the game, because generally they just go back to the hotel room and analyze the game with the computer.
Yeah, yeah, it depends the player. I think I have seen Anish hanging out with the players and the opponents right after the game, and I think he's very friendly person to his opponents, and in general. And yeah, I have seen all these guys at some point just right. Also Maxim MVL, he likes to analyze and chat a little bit after the game with his opponents. I have not seen any Chinese players stopping and analyzing, to be honest, because as I know from Dingluren, because of the language barrier, they don't feel comfortable to talk, and they rather analyze it by the computer, or just they are very good friends on the Chinese team, and they like to hang out together. But yeah, after the game, I have seen a lot of players, also Vidit and Shahriar, MVL, Anish, and so on. They like to analyze the game.
Right. So yeah, it's nice to see that they are on very good terms. Of course, during the game they're very competitive, but once the game is over, it's nice to see them, sitting down and being friends. And by the way, as we speak, we have more developments in the game between Tabatabai and Nikita Vichikov. So they've traded a knight. So after king g6, rook b7 was played, h5 by Fichugov, knight e5, black took, white recaptured. So I guess the pawn on e5 is kind of weak. The question is, how are you ever going to capture this pawn? Because if you ever move the rook from c6, then you hang the pawn on b6. And if you ever move the king from g6, you hang the pawn on g7. So I guess this one is just got to be headed for a draw. We'll have to wait for more moves to happen on the board. But with all that being said and done, we are going to be taking another very short break. Do not go anywhere, you guys. We will be right back with more action from the FIDE Grand Prix in Belgrade. We'll see you guys after the break.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With hundreds of thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster. You can play games at any pace against friends, other members, or one of our many computer personalities. Chess.com makes improving fun and easy. Sharpen your game with tactics puzzles and enhance your strategy with our videos and lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with Chess.com's easy-to-use analysis tool. Regardless of your skill level, Chess.com has all you need to take your game to the next level. Chess.com is your go-to source for chess news, live coverage of tournaments, events, and everything in between. Experience Chess.com anytime and anywhere, whether you're at home on your computer or on the go with our mobile apps. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for? Join Chess.com today.
Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Grand Prix 2022, round 5, and the last game has been ended in a draw. We are going to take a look at the results for sure, but before that, we have picked the best game of a day, and we're going to bring that right here on the board. And the game we chose is Alexei Shirov against Vladimir Fedoseev, and this is your daily Rapport recap. So, Benjamin, how this game started?
Right, so it started off with Shirov playing 1e4. Fedoseev responded with the move c5, so the Sicilian, and they quickly went into what's known as the Sveshnikov. After d4, takes, knight f6, knight c3 and e5. White played knight db5, d6, and knight d5. So this line was really popularized in the World Chess Championship match between Fabiano Caruana and Magnus Carlsen in 2018. So Fedoseev took on d5, pawn takes d5, and knight e7. So ever since that match, this became the new main line. White played pawn c4, and here a bit of a new move by Fedoseev. So traditionally, the main line has always been knight at g6, but here Fedoseev goes for knight to f5. So after knight f5, how does this game proceed?
I will just use this moment and show once again to our viewers this very lovely and tricky checkmate here. After a6, if you think that you can kick off this knight goes nowhere, but instead queen comes on the side. On a4 creates this kind of discovery check and also pins the pawn on the a8 rook. And here the checkmate that I was talking about comes after bishop d7 and knight d6. So this is one way here to be checkmate, actually have been played in the actual game. And in fact here, Benjamin, after queen a4, black cannot really save the game, even after queen d7, move like knight d6 or knight c7 comes right away. And yeah, white is winning here a huge material and cannot be working. So for this reason, after c4, seems like knight has to go either on g6 as you mentioned, or on f5 as it happened in the game.
Right, so knight f5 was played by Fedoseev, bishop to d3 by Alexei Shirov. He's just developing his pieces. g6, short castles, now a6. Here, white does have to move his knight, so he played knight to c3, bishop g7. Here, Shirov took on f5, which was really his first think of the game. Fedoseev recaptured with the bishop. Shirov played bishop e3, and after castles, Shirov played the move queen b3, which looks very natural. It hits the pawn on b7, but there seemed to be a bit of a drawback.
Yeah, and here what Fedoseev found a move bishop d3. Now this gives black a chance to have very strong pawn chain, and actually after rook to c1, we're considering also rook d1. This seems to be very similar. Black goes with e4. The pawn supports the bishop on d3. On the other hand, opens up the dark square bishop, and here moves like queen c7 or rook c8 attacks this pawn, and also on the other hand can be played f5 and f4 straightforward to attack the king side right away. So in the game was c5, and Shirov was trying to find counterplay with this move. We do have f5, c takes d6, and f4 was played here.
Right, so with f4, Fedoseev goes all out to attack Shirov. Shirov played bishop e6, hitting the queen, and here queen g5 and bring another piece into the game. And here things start to look very scary. Black wants to go f3 very quickly, and as soon as white plays g3, then he can start going for moves like queen g4 and queen h3, trying to create a checkmate on the g2 square. But here Shirov kept his cool, and he found a very strong defensive resource. He played the move d7, and after f3 he played d6 check. All right, so the king had to move over to h8. And now he played the move g3. He had to defend against a checkmate on g2. And here Fedoseev played the move queen f5. So it looks like things are looking really good for Fedoseev, because he wants to go queen h3 and queen g2 and go for checkmate, which looks more or less unstoppable. But here Shirov found a very strong defensive resource.
Yeah, there was knight to d5. This knight comes all the way to e3 to guard g2 weakness, and seems like here Fedoseev has no chance to checkmate white's king. And on the other hand, those two pawns on d5 are very strong. Now d7 is about to be promoted to the queen, so Fedoseev very quickly took the pawn on d7 and allowed white to activate rook on the 7th rank. After queen d6, white played rook to c1, doubled the forces on c5, and kept very good position.
Indeed, rook a1, a very good move by Shirov, bringing more pieces into the game. Now all sorts of sacrifices are threatening, with rook takes g7, so Fedoseev played rook to g8. Here Shirov played bishop a5, a very good move. The bishop can come back to c3 later on. Maybe he wants to go queen takes b7. So Fedoseev played bishop b5. Now Shirov captured a pawn on b7, and he's ready to bring in the other rook to c7. So Fedoseev played rook to c8. There was a bit of a transmission error here, but Shirov traded on c8. Fedoseev recaptured with the rook. And here Shirov played bishop c3. And with all the threats in the position, it's starting to look really tough for Fedoseev. If he goes bishop takes c3, white goes queen f7. And there's simply no way you can stop queen takes h7 checkmate. So after bishop c3, I mean, there's simply nothing black can do. You can sacrifice the rook on c3, but if white goes pawn takes c3, queen f7 is going to come anyway on the next move. So after the move bishop c3, Fedoseev saw no other option but to resign. So Shirov picks up a very nice win with the white pieces in round number 5. However, it seems that he's out of contention for group victory.
Yes, what a beautiful game here, a very beautiful end for Alexei Shirov. The moment he got the chance to improve his position and to show everyone that he is truly the player who fires up on the board. He showed it his best, but also on the other hand, Vladimir Fedoseev found this beautiful bishop d3 and the pawn chain plan for black, but it was clearly the day for Alexei, and he celebrated a win. And this was your rapid recap of round 5.
Indeed, there was a rapid recap, and let's have a very quick look at all the standings. So in Group A, Dmitry Andreikin and Sam Shankland are tied for the lead going into the final round, but Crow is half a point behind them, so he still has some chances maybe to get into a eventual tiebreak. In Group B, Anish Giri is still looking very, very good. He has a full point lead over Nikita Vichikov going into the final round. They will face off with Vichikov having the white pieces, so that's a must-win game for Nikita Vichikov. Otherwise, Anish Giri qualifies. And Caddy, what are the standings in Group C?
In Group C, we do have still a practical chance to see playoffs in case if Vidit wins his last game against Fedoseev and Rapport loses his game against Shirov. If Rapport gets at least a draw out of his game in the last round, then he is a winner of the Group C. And in Group D, it's a very interesting situation. MVL is keeping the leader's position, half a point ahead. But according to some calculations that we did during the broadcast, it is also a practical chance here to see the final playoffs in this round, and especially when in the last round, MVL and Shahriar are playing against each other. Let's take a very quick look at the matchups tomorrow. So, Benjamin, look at this final round for the playoffs. Knockouts, not playoffs. Knockout system seems to be still too much tension for the last games.
Yeah, so lots of exciting matchups tomorrow. So Dmitry Andreikin is playing Hemba Crow with the white pieces. If Andreikin wins that one, he has excellent chances of qualifying to the semifinals, because Sam Shankland is playing with the black pieces against Alexander Grishuk. In case Andreikin wins, Shankland will have to win as well. In Group B, as we discussed, Nikita Vichikov is playing with the white pieces against Anish Giri. Vichikov has to win that game to get himself into a tiebreak against Anish Giri, but of course, Anish will try to be as solid as possible. And the matchup between Harikrishna and Tabatabai will not really matter that much for the standings, only who gets, second, third, or fourth place. And Caddy, what are the pairings in Group C?
Yeah, in Group C, we don't have leaders. Leader Rapport has now Shirov, the opponent, but Vidit has actually should count on Shirov, not only himself, to catch up Rapport for the playoffs, while in the Group D, Shahriar Moundir is all his own to play against MVL with white pieces, and he will try his best to get out from the group as a winner and to get closer to these 2 spots at the Candidates Tournament 2022. So there was the round 5, Benjamin. It was quite interesting matches today. We have seen a lot of draws and 2 decisive results, but still all those games were very, very, very interesting.
Yeah, we saw lots of exciting matchups today, but I think tomorrow is going to be even more exciting. I'm sure that some players will take some risk to try to win their group and qualify to the semifinals, because you kind of have to make it to the semis to have any chance of qualifying for the Candidates Tournament. But indeed, it was an absolute blast. Thanks, Caddy, for always being such a wonderful co-host. Thanks, of course, also to Wouter Bik, our producer behind the scenes, who's working very, very hard. Also, thanks to everyone who was watching on Twitch and YouTube. We appreciate all of you guys. So, Caddy, what final words do you have for all of us?
My final word is thank you so much, Benjamin, for being so great co-host, and I can only invite our viewers tomorrow to come back at the same place, same time. We will be here and we will see really epic final round for the knockout stage. So see you tomorrow.